is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions to choose from each hour. After the live event, you can choose a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions to choose from each hour. After the live event, you can choose a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions to choose from each hour. After the live event, you can choose a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions to choose from each hour. After the live event, you can choose a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of is typed correctly.
We, along with our entire team, would like to thank you for joining us today for EdTechLIVE. Your session is starting soon. Enjoy.
I'm from Cypress Ranch High School, and I want to let you know I love learning technology. Technology is wonderful for campuses all throughout our district.
If you don't have a monitor and you would like to split your screen, the steps are simple. Simply click the Windows button and the left and right arrow on your keyboard. You can also go up and down if you so choose. I'm going to do that now. I can repeat the process on the other window and have split my screen. Sometimes you get the option to be able to choose. I've split my screen to the right and now I need to tell them what I would like to put on the left. Those are the steps of splitting your screen on a Windows device.
Hi, welcome to EdTechLIVE. I'm Ryan and this is Tammy.
We'd like to take a moment to welcome you to today's event and share with you some information so you know what to expect.
New sessions start each hour and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions to choose from each hour. After the live event, you can choose to watch the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will share with you a link and a secret code. The link is for your attendance and the secret code is so you can submit. You may want to open a new tab and keep this form open for the entire event because you'll have to resubmit for each session you want credit. If you're still watching the event after the event has finished, feel free to finish watching and any of the other sessions you would like to watch. And submit when you're done. Be sure you have all of your attendance submitted before midnight tomorrow, December 5th.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to make sure your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our entire team, would like to thank you for joining us today for EdTechLIVE. Your session is starting soon. Enjoy.
Hi, how many of you thought you could only use emojis on your phone? Well, today I'm going to show you how to use emojis in any format. You simply click the Windows plus the period key, or you can click the Windows plus the semicolon key. You click the Windows key plus the period key, and up comes your emoji keyboard. So once you have your emoji keyboard up, you can use emojis on docs, spreadsheets, or even emails. So let's start expressing ourselves using fun emojis. Let's be a little extra.
Hi, I'm Julie Gasaway. I'm from Andre Elementary. I teach kindergarten. We're so excited to be here. Are y'all excited?
We're excited too.
Greetings from the EdTech team!
Hi, welcome to EdTechLIVE. I'm Ryan, and this is Tammy.
We'd like to take a moment to welcome you to today's event and share with you some information so you know what to expect.
New sessions start each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions to choose from each hour. After the live event, you can choose to watch the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will share with you a link and a secret code. The link is for your attendance, and the secret code is so you can submit. You may want to open a new tab and keep this form open for the entire event because you'll have to resubmit for each session you want credit. If you're still watching the event after the event has finished, feel free to finish watching and any of the other sessions you would like to watch and submit when you're done. Be sure you have all of your attendance submitted before midnight tomorrow, December 5th.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to make sure your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our entire team, would like to thank you for joining us today for EdTechLIVE. Your session is starting soon. Enjoy.
Hi, I'm Christy Grove. I'm from Cypress Ranch High School, and I want to let you know I love learning technology. Technology is wonderful for campuses all throughout our district.
If you don't have a monitor and you would like to split your screen, the steps are simple. Simply click the Windows button and the left and right arrow on your keyboard. You can also go up and down if you so choose. I'm going to do that now. I can repeat the process on the other window and have split my screen. Sometimes you get the option to be able to choose. I've split my screen to the right and now I need to tell them what I would like to put on the left. Those are the steps of split.
Hi, welcome to EdTechLIVE. I'm Ryan and this is Tammy.
We'd like to take a moment to welcome you to today's event and share with you some information so you know what to expect.
New sessions start each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions to choose from each hour. After the live event, you can choose to watch the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will share with you a link and a secret code. The link is for your attendance and the secret code is so you can submit. You may want to open a new tab and keep this form open for the entire event because you'll have to resubmit for each session you want credit. If you're still watching the event after the event has finished, feel free to finish watching and any of the other sessions you would like to watch and submit when you're done. Be sure you have all of your attendance submitted before midnight tomorrow, December 5th.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to make sure your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our entire team, would like to thank you for joining us today for EdTechLIVE. Your session is starting soon. Enjoy.
Hi, how many of you thought you could only use emojis on your phone? Well, today I'm going to show you how to use emojis in any format. You simply click the Windows plus the period key, or you can click the Windows plus the semicolon key. You click the Windows key plus the period key, and up comes your emoji keyboard. So once you have your emoji keyboard up, you can use emojis on docs, spreadsheets, or even emails. So let's start expressing ourselves using fun emojis. Let's be a little extra.
Hi, I'm Julie Gasaway. I'm from Andre Elementary. I teach kindergarten. We're so excited to be here. Are y'all excited?
We're excited.
Greetings from the EdTech team!
Hi, welcome to EdTechLIVE. I'm Ryan and this is Tammy.
We'd like to take a moment to welcome you to today's event and share with you some information so you know what to expect.
New sessions start each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15-minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions to choose from each hour. After the live event, you can choose to watch the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will share with you a link and a secret code. The link is for your attendance, and the secret code is so you can submit. You may want to open a new tab and keep this form open for the entire event because you'll have to resubmit for each session you want credit. If you're still watching the event after the event has finished, feel free to finish watching and any of the other sessions you would like to watch and submit when you're done. Be sure you have all of your attendance submitted before midnight tomorrow, December 5th.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to make sure your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our entire team, would like to thank you for joining us today for EdTechLIVE. Your session is starting soon. Enjoy.
Hi, I'm Christy Grove. I'm from Cypress Ranch High School, and I want to let you know I love learning technology. Technology is wonderful for campuses all throughout our district.
If you don't have a monitor and you would like to...
So I've got my essay written, and I've been working on it for about a week. So now I'm going to show you how I use Grammarly to edit. Okay, so here's my essay, and I'm going to click...
I'm going to do that now. I can repeat the process on the other window, and I've split my screen. Sometimes you get the option to be able to choose. I've split my screen to the right, and now I need to tell them what I would like to put on the left. Those are the steps of splitting your screen on a Windows device.
Hi, welcome to EdTechLIVE. I'm Ryan, and this is Tammy.
We'd like to take a moment to welcome you to today's event and share with you some information so you know what to expect.
New sessions start each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15-minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions to choose from each hour. After the live event, you can choose to watch the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will share with you a link and a secret code. The link is for your attendance, and the secret code is so you can submit. You may want to open a new tab and keep this form open for the entire event because you'll have to resubmit for each session you want credit. If you're still watching the event after the event has finished, feel free to finish watching and any of the other sessions you would like to watch and submit when you're done. Be sure you have all of your attendance submitted before midnight tomorrow, December 5th.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to make sure your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our entire team, would like to thank you for joining us today for EdTechLIVE. Your session is starting soon. Enjoy. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to EdTech Live. We're happy to have you here today. I am Tamara Ferguson, an EdTech specialist for Cypress Fairbanks.
And I am Shannon Gilpatrick, also an EdTech specialist, along with Tammy. And we are in the room B, or channel B, going live. We also have a simultaneous room, room A, and we have two other hosts in that room, Manny Curiel and Danielle Hames. So today's event, we have a lot of amazing sessions. We have 8 sessions going on at the same time. 2 sessions going on at the same time, but we'll have 8 sessions total today. And our sessions include things such as Flipgrid, Adobe, Google Activities, digital notebooks, and a lot of amazing EdTech tools for you to learn. So you are able to watch 4 sessions live today, and then you can watch the rest later and still get credit, professional development credit for those sessions as well.
So welcome, and we'd like to take a moment to share with you some of the things to expect today. And one of those things that I think is going to be really important is understanding how to navigate through YouTube and our site today. So we're going to take a moment to share both of those with you. So we're glad to have you today. As you can see on our screen, this is our YouTube and this is us, sort of. So we've got 2 of you now on the same side. Hey! And one of the things you may have noticed is that, I did share my screen.
Yeah, click share.
Oh, I thought I did. That was special. We're off to a great start. Yay.
Hey.
We have the YouTube right here. It's stop. Did you know you can stop a live stream on YouTube? So if you need to take a break today and you need to go run, take care of your kids or whatever it is you need to do, feel free to do that and just stop your YouTube. And as you can see, I can start it back up and stop it. I have some volume controls in addition to what you have on your computer. You can also, if you have stepped aside and you want to come back and you want to speed up your video, you actually have a playback speed. Now, it's a live event, so you can't go faster than us. I'm so sorry, but you can slow it down. You can also back it up. If there's something you wanted to see again, feel free to back it up. You also have the option of closed captioning. Yay! Hey, what else do I need to cover? Oh,
Twitter,
yes.
Tweet,
we would, yes, tweet, please. We would love to see your tweets out there in the little cyberland. And you may have noticed in our commercial today, we shared a few tweets in our commercial. So if you tweet, take a picture of yourself, a selfie by your camera and whatever it is you have set up for today's EdTech Live. And we will love to include that in the April event that we're going to be having. Did we cover everything? Are we good to go?
Okay. I think so. Ready for our first session.
Our first session, yes. Our first session is our homegrown Matt Campbell. He is a social studies coach.
He is an instructional coach for SciFair. We're excited to have Matt. He's always such a willing participant for EdTech Live and has a lot of great things to share.
Absolutely. His session today will show you how to make your Schoology pages interesting for the purpose of increasing student engagement and improve your course overall usability. Hi, Matt. How are you today? Matt, you can
I literally, as soon as you said that, my screen went like blank and I was like, where did everything go?
But that's okay.
Having some problems there. I'm here now.
Well, yay.
All right. Well, let me.
Video on.
Hang
Because
on.
we see you.
Share.
I think we need to.
It says I can't start my video.
I think we need to do it. Hang on a second. Because I think you had asked him to start video.
Yeah, but he should have those controls.
There we go. We'll check
Hey,
on
there we
that
go.
next one. There you are.
There we go. Perfect. All right. Well, I will go ahead and dive in. I was trying to get a tweet out before while y'all were talking, and I didn't finish. It'll be wrought with spelling errors, so I'll tweet it out later.
I can relate to that. Absolutely.
So anyway, hi everybody. I am Matt Campbell, and a social studies instructional coach, as they said. Somehow I work with technology all the time, even though that's not part of my job description. So
Everybody's job description nowadays.
Well, yeah. So it's kind of been one of those things, like I learned by necessity. So as we get new tools and we we're always constantly changing in technology, which is a good thing. We're always updating. And so I kind of this whole Schoology presentation has come from me just kind of learning it on my own and going out and seeing what other people do and putting that together. So that's really what I want to be able to do today, is to share that with all of you that are here. I don't know who is all here because I can't see it, but hopefully there are people on the other end of this that are listening and be able to share.
They're coming in. We're up to 25.
Hey, there we go.
Growing.
So let me go ahead and share my presentation.
Okay.
And for those of you out there in Twitterland, feel free to put your questions in, or not Twitterland, YouTube land, whatever land you're in. Go ahead and put questions inside the YouTube chat. We'll be monitoring that and passing them on to Matt. So feel free to engage with Matt as we're going through this presentation. And we're going to let you take the reins and have at it, Matt.
Perfect. All right. So this presentation is called Shiny New Schoology Pages. I have no idea where I arrived at that title, but I really am a huge advocate for doing things better a second time around. And so I kind of wanted us to think about, what your Schoology pages might look like, or your Schoology courses might look like when you start the new semester. I know that we're in December, so this is a good time to be thinking about what you want to do different in the spring. And so I'm just going to kind of go through this with y'all, and then if y'all have questions, feel free to ask, and then I'll kind of show you some examples. So I've kind of already done my introduction here. If you want to follow me on Twitter, they do pay me by the number of Twitter followers that I have. So it's always good to get more. But a little bit about me, I do social studies, so that's kind of my background of where I'm coming at this from technology. I am a Google certified trainer, and then since Schoology doesn't really have badges, I made my own Schoology badge that says a self-proclaimed expert. So whenever they get badges, I'll get one of those too. But for now, I've made my own. So, so a couple questions kind of think about today. What does an effective Schoology course look like? One of the biggest things that I think is that is really important in using Schoology is for it to be engaging. I've seen a lot of really bad LMS courses, really bad Schoology courses. So what I want us to think about, are like when you see like a quality website, like when you go and, just to give you an example, I'll give you like the most quality website we've ever seen, which is typically when you navigate to the Apple website and you're like, wow, why does the Apple website look so much different than everything else that I navigate to? Well, that's because they probably pay somebody millions of dollars to go in here and design this and to really think about what it's supposed to look like and the visual appeal. And so the question kind of came to my mind, like, why don't we do the same thing in our Schoology courses? So what I really want to concentrate on are like, what design elements or organization can we do? And I realize your Schoology course is not going to look like the Apple website. I totally understand that. However, I think that there are things that we can do within the LMS to really kind of spice it up and to make it look visually appealing for students so that they are engaged from the moment that they log into their Schoology pages. There are two types of people in a PD: the people who say, show me the science, and the other people are like, show me what I can take to my classroom right now. So I plan to give you both of those. If you are a science person or you're a person that says, show me the research, it's out there. So it says the digital aspects of aesthetics and design are not merely photos or graphics displayed on a screen, but are a method of deliberately arranging elements to appeal to the senses or emotions. And I think that if we can kind of put that, if we can always think about how is this going to look for the student, and if we can put that out there first, that's really going to help us in designing or redesigning the way that we use Schoology. In case you're wondering, the idea of the aesthetics is a branch of philosophy. It's associated with art, beauty. It's concerned with how individuals perceive objects or make judgments based on information. So when I go to these Schoology pages that look terrible, it's just like a bunch of menus, and then there's like 15 clicks you have to get to. My mood, my emotion, my feeling is affected before I've even started whatever it is that that teacher is trying to get me to. So I know that you're thinking we have a lot of things on our plate already. Adding this whole design feature is another, but I really think that it can help you engage students quickly. And that's, I think, every teacher's goal. We want to be able to do that. So there are a couple of books if you're really looking for something beyond this presentation, or you want to tweet at me or email me or talk to me later, that I have read and that I think that really kind of pull all this together. Presentation Zen, I think it's in its 3rd edition now. It's been around for quite some time. There are a lot of really great ideas in this book about how to design and how to deliver images, photos, things that you might find in an LMS or in a presentation. And it's all, excuse me, I didn't bring water up here this morning. It's all backed by science. Transformative Learning and Online Education. This is a book that I came in contact with when I was in grad school called Aesthetics, Dimensions, and Concepts. This is going to be more of your science base, but I think one that is also a really good primer source if you're looking to get involved. So these are my 2 recommendations that I have kind of off the front. So I said here, want better engagement, we got to work on the visual appeal. So let's go ahead and dive into it. For those of you who say, give me what I want right now, and let's look at the things that we can do. So this is going to be pretty simple. So how do we leverage design in an LMS course? So the first thing that we have to do is to understand what the parameters are of Schoology. So for those of you, I'm assuming if you're part of this course, you know something about Schoology. You didn't just come to this course and say, what is Schoology? So there are some some design areas inside of Schoology. Not everything you're going to be able to edit in a Schoology course. So the key is to find out what can we edit, what can we manipulate, and then how can we manipulate those and do them well. Now, one of the things about Schoology is it will change based on the size of the web browser. And so the way that you're looking at Schoology on one web browser may look different on another one. So what I've done is to kind of put together some ideas for you here in the parentheses to show you what you might need to put in certain areas for them to be able to fit and them to be able to not look all funky once you get into a different type of web browser. So we'll start with a simple one, which is just like the course logo. So like when you go into a Schoology course, and you can see my sandbox here, this is the logo that you have up here. And so I've just put a little Schoology logo. I'll show you one that we made from our PD. We don't actually have one here, but I'll give you some other examples. My Schoology courses are there's way too many of them. Let's see if I have one in. I don't know that I have one on the other, but let me show you this much at least. Back up. If it'll let me back up. So let me show you groups here because these are going to be the same. So I've essentially I've gone into Canva and made little logos for all my courses. You have to be able to do these. See, you'll see this down here, like I'm messing with CFISD and SGY over here. This logo is way too big to fit this area. And the COS resource is way too big to fit the area. Once you click on it though, and you get inside the course, you'll see that this is squared out. So you've got a couple of different options. If you're really wanting it to show up like a course or a group, you can do it this way. So you have like the APDC US history. When I click on this, that logo is going to be the same size up here. It doesn't have to be a square, but you have a lot of things that you can do over here on this side. So let me take you back to my sandbox here. This will allow for a couple of different ways to do it. You can do a 7x2, meaning it's 7 across and 2 high. You can do a 1x1, which is a complete square, which you just saw. Or if you're looking for just pixels, you can do a 288 and it will handle up to a 1080 pixel up and down. So you can actually make a banner that runs down. And I'll show you what I mean by that. I'm going to go into Canva here. And I'm going to show you where I've got, let me go back because I know I made one of these a ways back. It's been, so this is an unnamed design. This is just something that was created. It says dream, plan, execute. And this is a, you'll see up here at the top of my untitled design, a 288 pixel by 1080p. So it'll accept all the way up to a very long banner, which you can do some really cool stuff. You can write up and down. You could do however you want. I'm going to download this real quick and just upload it so you can see what it looks like inside of the Schoology sandbox. So I'll change this edit picture here. And I'm going to go ahead and pull in my my other untitled design, and you can see what this looks like now that this is in the Schoology course. Again, you've got to stay within the parameters of what Schoology can handle. So if you start putting above a 1080p, it's going to start to compress that image. If you try to do more than a 288 this way, it's going to start to compress the image. So you really need to try to stay into those constraints. And I know you're wondering, well, Matt, where's the book that says what we can and can't do? I'm not going to lie to you, it's not out there. I've had to experiment with a lot of these things. I've even gone on the Schoology message boards and try to see, like, well, what do they do? And I've gotten some information from some of the people who work at Schoology, but not like 100%. So it's been a little bit of trial and error. So someone says, well, what does this thumbnail look like on the dashboard? So that's actually a really good question. It's not going to look like what you think it's going to look like. It's going to be all weird and compressed. So the ability, see, here it is right here. It says execute. So it's going to take whatever, and let me pan out of this. So it's going to take what's right here in the middle. So if you want to get crazy creative, you could put what you actually wanted right here in the middle, and then you could have art above and below, kind of like this is, but you see where it says the execute piece. So it just depends on what you're wanting to do. If you're wanting this to be, if you have, here's something to think about. Students often are not going to see this page here. That's really going to be your page to be able to see. And if you know what those things are, you know, like for instance, here, when I go to my groups, I have this designed for the user end on my end. I want to be able to go to this group page easily and see, oh, here's the government, here's the African-American studies, here's the economics courses or the groups. That's for the teacher end. For the student end, I'm more apt maybe to see it look like this, because when they're only going to go to that one course, you know, when they're in my course, and they're going to see this as opposed to, you know, if they were to go into a group and, you know, or another different course, and all they see is just this 11th US history, and that's all they get to see. So it's up to you what you want to do. But this is only going to allow pretty much what you're looking at here. The 7x2 is all you're going to see in the preview window of the course. So I hope that answers that question. And that's actually a really good question, because it really, you have to make the decision between the two. Let's look at a couple other things. So announcements, you can do a 3x1, or you can do up to 3,000 pixels. So I'll give you a sample. And what I mean by announcements is whenever you do, hang on just a second, let me get to a different, like I said, I always have too many Schoology courses and I don't have them all open. So this is one that we designed, I say we, one that I designed for our social studies PD. And you can see this here, Social Studies 2021 August PD. This is done in the announcement. So I actually put this in the update here, you know, and I copy and pasted that image here. And then I uploaded it, and that image now is an announcement up here. I'm sure if you've got any friends who have Schoology pages, you've seen someone do the announcement. The problem with the announcement feature is you pretty much have to copy it into like a Google Doc and then paste it into this piece here. But you can do up to a 3,000 pixel. This is very close to a 3,000 pixel. So when the students go then into their materials page, that announcement is sort of a title slide at the top, as long as it's not been dismissed. So that's a really great way to have a design feature. There's all sorts of things you can do inside of that design feature, which you can have clickable link. You know, the sky's the limit on what you want to be able to do with this. And I've seen things that work. I've seen things that don't work. And, you know, really, again, that's going to have to be some trial and error. We were trying to go with something very simple here. No clickable features, no anything like that. But just something that says, hey, this is the course title. This is just Social Studies 2021, August PD. And I'll show you, I'm pretty sure, let me try something here. I want to see real quick while I'm on this point what the other ones look like. So we basically made copies of each one of these courses. So like if I go to the 11th grade, so see, we did another little thing up here that just said August Professional Development. We just put our logo, and that was going to be the same for all of those courses, so that there wasn't just like in the course that we used to copy, we didn't put anything up here. Next thing down the list, materials, folder descriptions, and then I'll show you pages, assessments, and discussions on things you can do. But the materials and folder descriptions, I think, are the next thing that really can have that visual appeal into your Schoology courses. So what we did here is we essentially put a picture or a banner in each one of these things. So it's not just a listing of folders. Oops, I did not mean to click on that. Not just a listing of folders, but that each folder kind of has something that's a visual, and your eye is going to go to this first. So like the Creating in Schoology, probably before you see Choice Board Creating in Schoology. Again, it was a little bit of trial and error here on how we could get these to fit, but all these were designed in Canva. And then the other good thing is that you can have GIFs, GIFs, whatever your preferred method of calling it, so that you do have some visual appeal for things that might be on a loop. You could get carried away with this. I think one thing that might be really distracted is if you have like 20 GIFs on your page and like the students open it up and it's just like, you know, they don't know what to do. There's just all these things cycling around. You might want to get creative. I was just playing around with it this morning. Inside of Schoology, you might want to do something that's just a specific color. So like this was one that I put together, and these are squares instead of a banner, but that you could put together, and they're all the same color, something that's a visually similar image here. And then you're just changing the wording. So some people were a little off put here when they saw these banners and they were like, hey, these are different colors. They're all really different. They don't seem to flow together. Like it doesn't look like it's a part of the same course. That was really done intentionally. I didn't want them all to look exactly the same. I wanted them to kind of stand out so that when someone sees the digital literacy and social studies, that's going to look way different than the school year kickoff or a checklist, you know. So these were different. Let me show you inside of Canva real quick. Let me shut this one down. So that you can see where I've created these. What did I do with these? Here they are, copy of creating activities, I think. Yes, so these are all the ones, and we essentially just kind of would go down the list and we would make copies of all of these. And so, you know, I would have this, we had a legislative update. I say, here, I need to make a new one. All I would do is make a copy. And then I could go in and start to change it. I could use any of these things that I have over here as something, you know. So I'm like, really what I want it to look like is this. So I'm gonna, well, I didn't mean to add that as a, you know, so now I can go in and start changing this up, and I'm gonna say, you know, this is economics, and we're gonna make this the new banner. It's very simple to be able to do this, and I'm getting a little ahead of myself here in Canva. But you know, to be able to put this together, center it all up. I mean, you don't have to be a graphic design artist to be able to use Canva, and then to be able to download this. And then let me show you where this has been uploaded. So I'm really close to the top of the screen here. Pull this down. So you're gonna do it in this little wheel over here. So you're gonna go into Edit. And then you're going to place this. This is just an image here that's been placed, and it's left justified. You could center it if you want. I left justified it so that it aligned with the folder over there. And then again, just to show you, you know, this is anything that you might want to be able to edit with inside of that. You don't have to do that. You pretty much just need to place the image. But let's just for kicks, let's say this is going to be our economics. We're just going to erase this. We're going to erase this. We're going to erase this. We just want this to be economics, plain and simple. And this is our page 23 here. So I'm going to go over here to download. I'm going to say that I want this to be a PNG, and then what I essentially want is to only download page 23. So I'm going to scroll down to page 23, and I'm going to click. Actually, I'm going to do something to show you guys real quick. I'm going to change the background color to this, only so that you can see it, and I'll explain why in a second. Otherwise, if you do a white background, it's going to appear as if it's floating, which may be your intended effect, and it might not be. So we're going to go ahead and download that. It's just going to say that it's downloading here, and then we'll go back to our. I'm going to actually mess with this page so that you can see it. So I'm going to go in here, and I'm going to say what I want to do is I want to add a folder, and this is going to be my sample Schoology folder. If I can spell Schoology. Sample Schoology folder, and then what I want to do here inside this folder is I want to go ahead and insert a content, and it's going to say I want to insert image. So I'm going to say go ahead and attach file. I'm going to go into my downloads. Y'all probably can't see this, and then I'm just going to go ahead and hit open. Schoology always adds a space above. All you need to do is hit the delete key, and it'll go up to the top here, and then I can hit create. And this is going to show up in very similar fashion to the way that you see all of these others up here. So again, like I say, you can do whatever. I think it would look cool maybe in a class if you had like a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday folder, and they're all the same color but with different text. So kind of in the same vein as I've done here, I've got the same image, you know, and you could switch that up from time to time. There's some coolness in having things be a part of like a series so that it's not just looks like, you know, like the Schoology just threw up here and there's just a bunch of images, but you've really got some like a theme to it. You know what I mean? Like if this were the theme about geography, then you're going to be able to use this background as that. So however you want to do it. And this may be a really good time. Let me go ahead and say images and photos, what's worth trying. And I'm going to share this presentation with you so you don't need to write all this stuff down. You know, where do you go to find images? I make a lot of my own. So Canva, Adobe Spark, Crello, any of these, you can find things from Google. You know, obviously be careful with what you put in your Schoology course. But there's also a lot of copyright free areas where you can get things from. And I'll just show you this now while we're kind of in the middle of this. Icon 8 is one that I use. You can download icon sets. You can download just about anything you want. So like I could come in here and say, you know, I need an economics icon and I want to see what icons exist for economics. You can create little buttons or banners, whatever you want to do. These are all free and they're all downloadable. And there's literally like millions of them. And you can go in and say, hey, I want gold bars. These are the things I want to do. And then I want to be able to edit this so I can recolor all of these to orange, like everything I want to be orange. And then you can go in and you can download each one of these like in a 64 pixel, which is perfectly fine for a button. And you could even download these and then you could insert these into your Canva. So let's say that you wanted, you know, to be able to download this and then pull this into your Canva. You could pull any of those things in. So I could just say, hey, I'm going to do a bunch of different logos here. I'm going to download these, you know, download this for free. And then I'm going to go back into Schoology over here. And I am going to drag in these new gold bars. All of these icon sets will be made with no background. Okay, so when you go to throw these in here, there's not going to be a back. It's not going to be like a white box that shows up, you know. So you could begin to start to do a bunch of different logos, you know. And then I really don't like this little thing here. It's kind of. Then I could go down here and I could change. This is going to be like Tuesday or whatever. You could change a logo here. You know, you could go in. You could create another one. This is going to be Wednesday. You're going to have to change the font just a little bit, but you usually can take this and drag it right there. You could change that logo again. So the sky is the limit. I'll tell you what I do. I go and look at other things on the internet and I get inspired that way. I am not a graphics design expert by any stretch of the imagination, But I can tell you when I go and I see something that looks cool, and I'm like, hey, I want to learn more about the iPhone 13 Pro. And I go to Apple's website and I see something and I'm like, dang, that looks really good. And I'm thinking, well, obviously we're not going to have this kind of graphic on our thing, but what can we do? What can we make it look like that might be visually appealing? Find some websites out there that you like and be able to kind of emulate that, be able to copy it. That's what's going to be able to help you for your Schoology pages. And again, Canva is really great here with being able to take your templates. All of these things are already designed for you. And I guess while I'm at it, with the time's sake, let me show you one other thing for Canva. I know this is not a Canva training, it's a Schoology training, but Canva is really, it's here with Schoology. If you just go to your homepage, and if you don't have Canva, you can create a free account for educators. It's a really awesome thing. And you can get all of this stuff for free. So if you just go in and you type in education, come up for education, all of them are not necessarily like education, but you'll see over here in this category, you have the ability to, choose a bunch of different things. They actually have here down towards the bottom, you'll see one that says Schoology profile picture and Schoology buttons. And you can add these to so here's a bunch of different buttons you can use that are really kind of cool. They're already pre-made. You can edit them. Where was it? Schoology. Well, now I've lost what I was looking for. Anyway, there's another Schoology thing in here. There also is a banner. There's one that literally says banners. Here it is. And they got a ton of different banners. So some of these will work. Again, going back and looking at, well, what size does it really need to be to fit? Here's your magic list. Your materials and folder description banner is typically going to need to be a 425 by 125. If it's any bigger than that, it's not going to show up any larger than that. That's the max that it's going to allow it. In my experience, you may have something different. You say, Matt, you're completely wrong. You don't know what you're talking about, and that's fine. Just tweet at me and let me know. So 425 by 125, you can choose any number of these banners. So like I can go in here and say, well, I want to do this one right here. But what I need to be able to do is I need to resize this. So you can essentially go, what did we say? 425 by 125. You can, what the heck happened to it? I've lost everything. Here it is. And you can go up here to resize, and I can say, I want this to be 425 and I want this to be 125. And you're going to do this in pixel. Wow, crud, hold on. And I can just do copy and resize, and it's going to recreate this to a 425 by 125 for me. And then I can go in and I can edit anything I want. I can change this. Small text is not going to show up very well on a banner. You can see that by the way that these banners, but once you're in a 425 by 125, you can use any of these that are over here, and use these as banners. Like I said, you can do them all different crazy colors. You can do them all the same, whatever you want to do. I think, again, the idea is that, like, is the course that you put together visually appealing, or does it look more like, if you go look at the material, this is my sandbox, this is what I see often right here. And when I see all of this, if I'm a student in your course and I see this over here, and mind you, it probably even looks more like this. The teacher has no picture over here, nothing. And this is what the Schoology course looks like. And if that's you right now, that's fine. We're here to learn. We're here to learn some new things. So don't make your Schoology courses look like this. This is, it's, I understand that too much visual can be distracting. There is a level of simplicity. Like I say, I'm even erring on the side that when I see this, sometimes this may be too distracting for kids. You may want to be along the lines where you have something that's very simple, just like this, where you put together some samples. They're all the same colors. It's very easy on the eye, for students. So again, get some inspiration, find out what works for you, as far as that is concerned. Get some icons here. You don't have to draw any of this. You just get to look at these, and a lot of times you can find these icons and it'll tell you, like, is this a part of like a collection? you know, and you can see the different styles that they've done. So other industry and pastel glyph style, and it's going to show you all of these different icons that they have that are part of like the same features, so that you at least know, like, you're not getting something from over here and something from over here, like you're choosing things that are all visually set to be together. Okay. So keep in mind these main course areas for design. Keep in mind the idea of where to find stuff. The last thing that I'll show you here is going to be a little bit more, and I did this during the DLT during the summer. And if this is not for you right now, that's fine. But the idea of having embeddable elements. So my thing is, if you can embed it and not have a link, that's going to make your Schoology course that much more effective. So you can embed Flippities, you can embed anything from Amuse Labs, which are like crossword puzzles. You can do EduCandies, all these different types of things. Web pages can be embedded. You know, Google Slides can be embedded. Videos can be embedded. Don't make a link to a website outside of Schoology if you don't have to. If you can embed it, embed it. And I'm going to show you some examples here of what I've done. If I can find it, I should have found it this morning, but here we are. I got some time though. Let me see. Oh, you know what? I think it might have been in here. Is it creating in Schoology? Excuse me. Yes. Okay. So see, these were some other ones that we did here, you know, using images, using rubrics, you know, and some of these banners are like, what is it that you're doing? Like here for the using rubrics, we wanted this to be something that was visual towards using a rubric. Like using images, I actually went and found these 3 images that are real historical images, and I pasted them across. And again, this was something that came up that was pre-made, and all I did was replace the photos to make them where it looked like it was, you know, for something we use in history. So the embedding in Schoology, I know you're like, hey, what happened to all the visuals? Once you really get down into a course like this, you might not want to have visuals. So I'm not saying that every folder has to have a visual, but from the beginning, you're going to want to be able to see that. So this is just to kind of walk you through like what it looks like. So I have embedded things inside of Schoology here, and this is all done through your code. So if you're wondering, like, well, where do you get this stuff from? This is all going to be like when you go, why am I not seeing what I need to see here? Hang on, y'all. Too early. Add materials, and then add page. So anytime you go to add page, you know, it's going to show up with the blank page here, and you're going to have the ability to create anything you want, just like a website on this page. And the key here for embedding is going to be the difference between switching from the rich text editor to the HTML coding. Typically, you're going to be working in the rich text editor. You even have the option to embed some things here, but a lot of times I'm switching to the HTML coding to be able to do that. And then one of the things you're going to need to be able to do is to either display this on a new page or just on a regular page. So again, let me show you. I have embedded a completely manipulative Flippity here. So in case you don't know what Flippity is, a lot of different manipulatives. That's for another training for another time, but students can actually go in here. Let me turn this off. It's kind of annoying. And they can go in and do a matching game. You know, oh, there was green. Okay, we got that one. Yellow, I knew that yellow was over here. And then I'm assuming this is going to be red, and red is going to be over here. And I've cleared this out. I can redo this. Every time I reload this, it's going to be different. So you could have a matching game that you have students doing inside of your Schoology course. They never have to get outside your Schoology course. All you've got to be able to do is to go into Flippity. Oh, that's Flippity, a better way to browse eBay. My bad. Flippity.net, not .com, my bad. And here are the instructions in the demo. Again, I'm not going to go over all this with you right now because that's going to be for a separate training, but you have any of these number of manipulatives that can be embedded into your course. So again, Flippity.net is where you will be able to find that. And then let me just go back here. So what I've done, okay, is I have created an embed code here. All right. And you can see this embed code. It says iframe source, and then you put whatever your website is, which that's going to be your Flippity. You give it a width, a height, and a frame border. And all of those can be manipulated inside of here. So let me just show you, when I go to edit page, what you're going to see. You're going to see the normal. And what I've done here, you're like, well, how did you get that graphic over here? This is a table. I would suggest working with tables inside of Schoology. You can set up tables with multiple columns. You can combine them. This gives that sort of newspaper style where you can have things wherever you want them in different columns and rows. Here is my embed. Okay, so it's actually right here. It looks like when you would insert a video in Schoology the same way. If I switch over here to the HTML, is going to look like a bunch of gobbledygook over here, and you're like, well, what in the world am I looking at? Here's the key. You're going to be looking, you're going to see the text that you've already typed here, and then you're going to see here, this right here is the iframe code. Okay, so you're going to see this flippity iframe, and you can go in and put that in. And actually what I'll do, I don't know if this is the right place to put this because I probably should have had it in, but I'm going to put this in the chat, and I don't know if they'll be able to see this in the chat or not. But you can copy that out of the chat, hopefully. Wait, it didn't go to everyone. Hold on. Hopefully y'all can see that. That's going to be your general iframe code. And all you have to do is replace whatever it is that you're doing with your link here. So like in a flippity, you know, if you were going to make a flippity, and like I said, I don't really have time to make one right now. Just tweet at me or email me and I can give you some instructions on this. But you can create this, and once you've created a flippity, and I'll just do the demo flippity here, you can take this website right here, once your flippity's all made, and you can copy this, all right? And I'll actually do this for you since I've got time to be able to do this. So let me pull out of this real quick. Actually, let me do it in my sandbox. I'm gonna go in here, I'm gonna say I wanna add page, and I'm gonna go immediately over here to switch to HTML. And I'm going to copy that website, all right? And this is going to be our sample flippity. And then what I'm going to do is take that iframe code that I have. This is just in a random document. Oh, I'm getting too many tabs open, y'all. Where am I? Okay, and you're going to copy that in. All you got to do then is take this link again, cut it, paste right here where it says your link here. And then I'm going to just go in and I'm going to hit create. Now, what you're going to see when you pull this up is this flippity is now embedded and it's fully usable. Okay. I don't like having this scroll bar here. Okay. So I'm going to go back into this edit page and I'm going to see if I can fix it. Two ways you can do it. One, you can take this, you can click on it and you can drag this bar down. Or what I like to do a lot of times, I know right here it says my height is 500, and I know that 500 is obviously not enough. I kind of start in increments of like 100. So I'm just going to say, for instance, 700 here, and I'm going to hit save changes and see if that removes that drag bar. We're almost there. So this is actually probably going to be like a 725, 750. You know, if you go over it, it's really not that big a deal. So you can do a 750, and what you'll notice now, that scroll bar has disappeared. You now have a page that students can manipulate that.
Yellow, blue, brown.
Whatever they want to do. Okay, they can flip around, and every time a student is going to refresh this page, it will reset the flippity for them. So tons of things that you can use with flippity inside of Schoology. Let me show you, since I'm in a show and tell mode right now. I really should be in an explanatory mode, but some of the other things that we've embedded. So this is just creating pages, the basics. I put an image. This is instructions for embedding in Google. Hang on. Have some samples here. This is another video by me. I've tweeted some of these videos out, but I can always, if you're like, hey, can you show me more about that? I can tweet some more of these videos out for you. So these are just, these are different things that we have embedded. So I just said, click through, you know, this is for the teachers that they did in August. This is a crossword puzzle. So that was completely embedded. You know, students can type into this crossword puzzle and they can complete this. This is done by a company called Puzzle Me. You can make these yourself. It gives you an embed code literally, and you just throw that embed code in there. Like, it's super simple. And again, this can be reset. They can check, they can do anything they want here. Here is the manipulative from Flippity again. I think that this one was a different one. I don't know why this one's not showing up. Flippity was having some issues a while back. Anyway, this was a drag and drop, not the card. So I could actually have students do like a drag and drop. And again, I'm not sure. Something is not pointing the right direction here. I embedded a game that I found on a different website. So I actually found this on the Texas Law Related Education, and they just had this on their website. And I literally just took the website and I said, let me go ahead and just embed this into, you know, into what I'm doing here. And the students could play this game totally inside of Schoology. Again, to me, it's about not having extra clicks for the students, and it's all of this is inside Schoology. No one has had to navigate outside of Schoology. You've been able to do this for them. This is visually appealing. This is engaging for them inside of that Schoology. And they easily can work on this, and they can click to the next button and go to whatever the next thing is. I think this was a map we did for world history on the transatlantic slave trade. And this was actually something that was embeddable. And the students could go through here and use this and play around with it. And it shows them like all these different countries during the slave trade. So, and then I basically had them do, you know, create their own example. So again, maybe a lot right here. And you're like, well, you just showed me way too much stuff. Again, embedding may not be your thing right now. Maybe what you need to be working on up front is to really just think, hey, what are my main areas of design here? I've got a course logo, I've got an announcement, and I've got some folder descriptions, and you put whatever it is inside of there. When you really want to amp it up and you want to begin to, like, you know, embedding videos and embedding, you know, Google Slides and embedding things that you're finding from Flippity. You know, one of the ones that I love to do is this one right here. Let me click on this demo. These are all the office characters for those of you. These are manipulatives, and again, this could be embedded into, you know, into your course. Let me go back to my sandbox. So this was that Flippity there. We could actually take this one, come over here and say, I want a different Flippity. So I'm going to take this inside these. I'm going to paste this new one in here, and I'm going to hit Save Changes. This is now here. So students can then begin to manipulate this right inside your Schoology page. You have the ability, I think, so this is the white fridge. You can do a 2-column. So I can say, hey, I want you guys to put these in 2 columns here. You might all have the ability to do a Venn diagram, you know, and I want this to be in a Venn diagram. I need you to put these. You can choose whether or not the students have these options down here, or whether you do or don't want them to have the options. So Flippity is a really great tool. Canva is a really great tool for you to use. You know, I highly suggest just going through here and searching education and finding all of these. I mean, you have literally thousands, if not millions, of design ideas. It's overwhelming. Find something you like, find something that looks cool. Here's the beauty of it. Every semester, every year, you have the ability to recreate your Schoology page. So try something. If it works, stick with it. If you want to try something new, try something new. Every year is going to be a different theme. Every year is a new opportunity. Every class, really, you could do something different with. So that's what I say, you're in an opportune time right now in December before you start the spring semester to go ahead and think about how you want your courses to look and how you might be able to make these as engaging as possible for your students. So you know, I put this here, building design and aesthetics into the instructional design process takes time. It's not going to be perfect the first time materials are developed. Rest in that, be okay with that. I don't know how long we've had Schoology, long enough that I've forgotten. I sucked at it when I started. This just had to be sort of a thing that I did on my own, that I tried to build and that I was really trying to work with. So try it, see what works, ask people, hey, does this look cool? Do you think it looks nice? You know, like you yourself should know, maybe, and maybe you're not, maybe you're like, hey, I am not a person, like I have terrible design. Like, you know, when you decorate for Christmas, it just looks terrible. You know, ask somebody who's not, ask somebody else's opinion, ask your kids' opinion, you know, what it is that they like to see. And again, make your Schoology pages new, make them something that is able to be designed and aesthetically pleasing. So I don't know if we have questions. I know I need to stop here for attendance. It is 9:40, so let me stop here and hand it over to EdTech. Has taken over my computer. Things started changing.
Good morning, everyone. It's time for attendance. Now, don't disappear because Matt's got a few things that he wants to wrap up with you. But if you are in district, that is your bit.ly. If you are out of district, your bit.ly is the one in the orange box. So the CFISD bit.ly on the top and the blue is for those in district. If you are out of district, please use the orange bit.ly. And your secret code, in order for you to submit for credit, you need to have the correct secret code. And in this case, it is feature. It doesn't matter whether you capitalize it or not, you just got to spell it right. That's always important, right?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So we'll give you a moment to get that information down. And Miss Shannon is my co-host over here. She is going to put that in the YouTube chat, so you can just click and go and take care of that. So did we have any questions that we can ask? Oh, we did have one question that we were saving for this time. Were you going to share anything to your audience today, Matt?
Yes, that was my next slide, but I'm also going to type it in the chat. Were they able to see what I typed in the chat?
We pasted it over to YouTube for you, so it was all good.
Okay, can you want me to share my screen or just put it in the chat?
I just put it in the chat and we'll
okay, so it's just a bit.ly and it's ETLSP, so for EdTechLIVE Schoology pages, and it's all capitalized. So bit.ly/ETLSP. And that little the listing for this presentation is there. And then, you know, my email or my Twitter, you know, if you guys have questions, I'm more than happy to help on a one-to-one basis. Honestly, if you need me to help you with something, I'd be more than happy to help with your Schoology pages, or if you just have a question like, hey, I saw you do this, can you explain this a little bit further? Because I really tried to jam like the entire world's amount of knowledge into one presentation, which is
that's hard to do, isn't it?
It is hard to do, and 9 o'clock in the morning too, in 40 minutes. So I feel like if you were like, hey, I couldn't follow anything because you're going way too fast, that probably was the case. So just say, hey, can you re-explain something? I'd be more than happy to help.
Well, not only that, that's one of the benefits of doing this on YouTube, because you can always just back it up a little bit.
Hey, there you go. I forgot we were recording. Hopefully I didn't say anything that I'll regret.
Yeah, I think you're still employed Monday.
Okay, good. That's good to know.
All right, you can have it back to wrap up your session.
Sure. So, you know, I'm just going to say this since I only got a couple minutes left. Can I reshare or no?
Absolutely. No, it's all yours.
Let me reshare here. Okay, perfect. Disappeared. Oh, so yeah, there's the bit.ly and my contact info if you need it. My Twitter, all that good stuff. So back to this idea of embedding. Here's the deal with this. I have tried a long time to try to get things to work. There are some things that are just not embeddable. So I don't want you to feel that like if your entire course doesn't have embeddable elements, that somehow like it's a failure. That is not the case. I really just think that if something is easily embeddable, if you know there is an ability for that to happen, to try it with something simple, you know, and to know that these are, you can always manipulate the size and the way that it looks on here. And this is really great for like graphic organizers. You can actually include your own. You can create a graphic organizer background here. So I've done some that are just like a 4-square, anything, you know, that you want to do with Flipgrid. And again, you know, people are always like, well, how am I supposed to take this for a grade? You know, this is not something that you're really going to take for a grade. This is something for you're saying, hey, students, I want you guys to, you know, get in here and just to play around with this, something that's going to be a study item. It's not, you're not going to be able to grade this because this is really just a page. You do have the option, however, if you want, you know, when you go into your, oh, I have a cat in here that's making noise. Hopefully that's not on the recording. Let me go back here. So you do have the option as well to go in and to create an assignment. And when you create an assignment, you're going to have the same sort of options inside of this assignment feature. Why is it taking so long? To be able to do HTML in here. So you could totally put something inside of this assignment page and then be able to have students submit something. The problem is they're not going to be able to submit what's embedded here. So it's not, so what I always do is I just say, if you really want this to be embedded, you know, if you really want to be able to take this for a grade, have students take a screenshot. So maybe you have them say, hey, I want you guys to be able to talk about who's grumpy, who's tall, and who's short over here, whatever it is. have them take a screenshot. They can submit that screenshot for you. Because typically on a flippity design like this that's embedded, it's all going to be different. Whatever the students have kind of put together, it's going to be a little bit different. So just, you have to think outside the box a little bit with that. You know, if I had any parting words, if you don't have Canva, like, get Canva, because it is like, I don't know, I live by Canva. Before it was free, I used to pay for it. Like, that's how much I loved it. And so I would highly recommend getting into Canva. It's very easy to manipulate and download and to be able to put inside of your Schoology pages. So, you know, and I think it's weird because I've actually seen on TV, I've seen advertisements for Canva. So I know that they're getting big enough as a company at this point to where they're paying for like on-air spots for large scale companies. So just in the past couple of years, they've really been able to sort of ramp up the amount of things that they have that are professionally designed on here. So, you know, the sky's the limit on how you want to do this. I don't think that there's a wrong way to do it. I just think, you know, the best way, if you can stay inside of these constraints, is going to help you not waste a lot of time trying to figure out what it is. So I've wasted the time for you to figure out what those parameters were. And again, this is not an exhaustive list. There may be some other things that do work, but you know, Schoology is designed to be responsive to web browsers. And what that means is it isn't going to look the same everywhere. And so it's also responsive. Sometimes if you put in a ridiculously large image, it's thinking that it needs to pare that down for you. So like I say, if you can stay in these constraints, Schoology will have to do less for you. And yeah, I mean, that's pretty much all I've got. I know I've got like 2 minutes left, but I don't know if there were any other questions. You said there was a question. Was there a question? Or did I make that up?
You did not make that up. You actually answered it already. It has to do with sharing your presentation.
Oh, sharing the presentation. That was the question. Okay, yes. All right.
We will put that in the chat for our audience. In fact, we will do that right now.
Okay.
So thank you, Matt. That was really impressive. Wow. Awesome.
Yeah, no, I love everything that you had to say, especially the fact that you did the work for us and found all of the constraints on the image sizes and the sharing kind of your experience with embedding things in Schoology. It's you know, such a benefit for kids to be able to stay within the same screen to do the work and not get lost between tabs. Because as you said yourself, even having a lot of tabs open sometimes gets confusing and you close out of things. So that's a great way to do that. So thank you for sharing everything, all of that. It's just amazing. Everybody is feeling the same way in the chat as well. So
okay, great. That's good to know. Good to know.
Yes.
I didn't know if it would be like a bunch of experts here and they're like, yeah, show me something I don't know. And then, you know, then you feel that you've done nothing. So it's good to feel that I've done something this morning.
No, this has been great. Thank you so much.
Well, we feel like experts now after watching your session.
Hey, there we go.
All right. So thank you for joining us for this session on Schoology. And for those of you in our audience, please stay with us for our next session. I'd like to take a moment to walk you through how you're going to view your next session and figure out what you want to watch. So the link that's going to go in the chat, we're going to put Matt's link in there and the session link in there so you know how to find where you're going next. Just click that link in the YouTube when we put it in, and it will take you to this page right here. Actually, no, it will take you to this page right here. And you will have some choices. So first session is done, and here's our second session. Our second session in Channel A, you have custom forms for students and parents. So think about that for a moment. How many of you print permission slips for your kids? And oh my gosh, you have to print at least 6 per kid because, well, I don't know where my slip is, I forgot it. Well, now you don't have to worry about lost papers anymore. Get those forms sent home and signed all digitally and come back into your Schoology. Yay! So no more lost papers and frustrations. And the other choice you have is Math Whiteboard, which will bring math alive in your classroom. Even if you don't teach math, if you teach science, elementary or secondary math, or any class where you incorporate math, you will find that this interactive math board is amazing. It animates your math and it truly brings it to life. So choose your session to do that. Simply go to the top. You have two little buttons. If you're going to choose A or door number B, you can choose by clicking on either one of those two links and it will take you to your next live session. So we have a break for the next few minutes. And during this time, take care of whatever your needs are and shout out on Twitter. We'd love to see what you're doing right now on Twitter.
So we're also posting in the chat to share your learning on Twitter using our hashtag CFISD EdTechLIVE and tagging us at SciFair EdTech. And we're posting that as well.
Okay, and it's time for our break. So we'll see you back in a few more minutes.
If you want your text to stand out in your presentation, you can add word art. You come up to Insert and click on Word Art, then you type in your text, and once your text populates, you have a couple different options of ways you can customize your word art. You can change the fill color, the border weight, and even the font choice. Word art is inserted as an image, so to resize, you would just grab the corners and resize.
Welcome to EdTechLIVE. I'm Ryan and this is Tammy.
We'd like to take a moment to welcome you to today's event and share with you some information so you know what to expect.
New sessions start each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions to choose from each hour. After the live event, you can choose to watch the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will share with you a link and a secret code. The link is for your attendance and the secret code is so you can submit. You may want to open a new tab and keep this form open for the entire event because you'll have to resubmit for each session you want credit. If you're still watching the event after the event has finished, feel free to finish watching and any of the other sessions you would like to watch and submit when you're done. Be sure you have all of your attendance submitted before midnight tomorrow, December 5th.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to make sure your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our entire team, would like to thank you for joining us today for EdTechLIVE. Your session is starting soon. Enjoy.
When you add a text box in Google, the default font is Arial, but you can change that. If you come up to the top and you click on the down arrow right next to your font, you will see more fonts. When you click inside of there, you have some different search options to find your fonts, or you can just scroll through the list, put a check next to the one that you would like to add to your fonts, and then click on OK.
And welcome back to our second session. I want to take a moment to do a little bit of housekeeping before we get into our second session. A reminder with the attendance from your first session, there is a secret code that goes with that. If you did not get that secret code, well, it's buried in the presentation somewhere, so you'll have to back the presentation up a little bit. And when you submit, you should be getting an email. That email is your receipt. Please do not delete it, because if there's an issue with your certificate, that will be your record that we asked for you to share with us so we can find your information and get to your certificate. So make sure you get a receipt. If you did not get an email receipt, odds are you didn't put the right email address in.
Never.
Oops. So
I always type perfectly.
Yes, type perfectly and make sure it's a dot instead of comma. You know, all those good things when we're in a rush that we do instead of, so we put an S instead of an A on our keyboard. You know, those things when we hurry, but make sure you've got it correctly. If you've done it correctly, you'll get a receipt in your inbox of your email, and that will be your record.
All right, so we are ready for our 10 a.m. session, and it is with several people actually. So making math conceptual is something that teachers everywhere aspire to achieve, because, you know, so many times people say, I'm not a math person.
Oh yeah, don't you hate it when people say
I do.
We're all math people.
Yes.
You speak English, you do math. That's part of being a human.
This next session, Math Whiteboard, does just that. Prepare to be wowed. For this presentation, we invited 2 teachers to be panelists. And the first is Tisha Campbell. She's a physics and engineering teacher from Woods High School. In her past life, she was an engineer. She's still an engineer.
You're once an engineer, always an engineer.
So Tisha, thank you for being with us today. What role does math play in your classroom?
Math is just the universal language that makes everything we do have some meaning to it. So it crosses all kinds of curriculum and just makes it where we can all talk the same language.
Absolutely. And in fact, that's what we use to prove our, like, everything from effectiveness from vaccines to how things work in our real world, wouldn't you say?
Everything about life is all about numbers, and I always tell, like, my personal children and my students, I think in numbers. So I need numbers to be able to think.
Absolutely. And joining us is Nicole Palmer. She is a Robinson Elementary math interventionist, and she's also a tech coach at her school. And her main job is to help students who are struggling with math concept and skills. And Math Whiteboard is going to be a tool that can help be used not just in a science and engineering class, but any math class. And so I have a question for you, Nicole. What is important to you when using a digital math tool?
Well, one of the main things is that, first off, it enhances our learning, or the students' learning, and then just making sure that it's accessible for all. The other thing is just really making sure that it's helping students with their problem solving and that flexible thinking. That visual tool is always really helpful for students when they can see what's happening. It makes all the difference.
Well, we're hoping today that our presenter, Don Carney, he is the CEO of Fluid Math. We're hoping that he will help meet those objectives for both of you and our audience. And Math Whiteboard is a component of that Fluid Math, and he is here today to show you how Math Whiteboard can bring math alive in any classroom, in any subject that uses math to support its concepts. Welcome, Don. You're muted, sir. That's okay.
Sorry.
I've been there, done that. We all have.
I do that all the time. Thank you very much for having me here today, and a great introduction. Great to see Tisha and Nicole as well. Hello from Boston, Massachusetts. It's a little cold up here today, but as you can see outside, it's a sunny day, so I always enjoy having that. So let me jump in and chat with you about Math Whiteboard, and those are great introductory commentary on you know, why having digital tools in the classroom are important for mathematics. Let me just get this going here. So again, my name is Don Carney, as you learned in the introduction. I happen to be the CEO and one of the founders of the company that makes Math Whiteboard. I always say that Math Whiteboard is the very first collaborative whiteboard designed specifically for mathematics teaching and learning. And you'll see that as we're going along. So one more PowerPoint slide here before we get into the fun stuff, which is the actually seeing what the tool is all about. To give a little background, a little context, Math Whiteboard has its origins in some PhD thesis work that was done at Brown University. The group of founders, including myself, started the company. The company's name, as you can see on the PowerPoint slide, is Fluidity Software. We make a product called Fluid Math also. And Math Whiteboard is actually, as Tammy pointed out, actually a component of Fluid Math. So we took this nascent research project out of a research laboratory at Brown University, and the research lab was focused on user interface technology, educational technology, computer graphics technology. And we're a very research-based organization. So we've been very fortunate to receive funding from the NIH, the National Science Foundation, and the US Department of Education to take that nascent research out of the research lab and turn it into a tool for teaching and learning. That has afforded us not only the opportunity to build the technology, but also to study its use in the classroom. And we've been very fortunate to receive some industry awards across the many years. So let me jump in and show you what Math Whiteboard is all about. This is the fun part. So I have on my screen 2 browser windows. By the way, before I get started, I should mention a couple of things about Math Whiteboard. Math Whiteboard is browser-based. It runs in a web browser, which means it will essentially run on most or every device that you might have in the classroom, including what I have, which is a Windows device, a Windows laptop, which is also a tablet. It's a touch screen. I can write on the screen. It works on Chromebooks or iPads or MacBooks or desktop computers as well. You'll also see that I'll be writing on my screen a lot with a stylus. And even though I'm writing on the screen a lot with a stylus, you can also use a keyboard and a mouse-based interface as well. So a keyboard and a mouse works just as effectively as the stylus. You'll see why I'm using a stylus in just a moment. I also have 2 browser windows up here because I'll be showing you at some point how Math Whiteboard can be used for communication, synchronous communication between users. So let me jump in and show you what Math Whiteboard is all about. I'm starting up a Math Whiteboard here in this browser window. So think of Math Whiteboard as like a smart piece of math paper. For example, I can write some math in Math Whiteboard, and you'll see it recognizes what I write, and I can get an answer. So 1 + 2 is 3, right? I can change the math. I can change that 1 over here to a 2, and the answer will update dynamically. I can change the 2 again to a 3, and the answer will update as well. I can change the 3 to an A, and then I can assign a value to A. So when A is equal to 1, A + 2 is equal to 3. I can change this 2 over here to a B, and then I can assign a value to B. So when B is equal to 2, and A is equal to 1, A + B is equal to 3. I can write more math on the page, maybe A - B, or A times B, or A over B, and I can get answers for all these math expressions as well. Now, underneath the hood, we have a very powerful computer algebra system that allows me to do not only the very simple numeric arithmetic that you've seen so far, but and the algebraic arithmetic as well, but also mathematics for more advanced topics like calculus, for example. So I can write, this is a definite integral. For the math nerds out there, you might appreciate this, but for those who are not math nerds, this might give you the cold sweats. Let me just change that X to a better X. And we can get an answer for something that looks like that. Now, I can go back and I can change the value assigned to A from a 1 to a 6. And now all of the answers on the page update dynamically. Or I can change B to a 7. And again, all the answers on the page update dynamically. I can even assign to A an expression like X + 1. And now X + 1 will substitute for A across the page. So as we know, learning mathematics is about seeing connections between things. Here, we're looking at the relationship between A and B, a couple of parameters or variables with respect to some operators like plus, minus, divide, and so forth. In algebra-oriented topics, at the higher grade levels, we might be looking at relationships between other types of things like algebraic expressions and graphs and tables. Let me take a look at a math expression that most folks are familiar with. It's the slope-intercept form of a line equation. M is the slope, B is the y-intercept. I've written it on the page, it recognized what I wrote, and with a simple gesture, just a stroke of my pen, I can create a graph. I'll do that again. With a simple stroke of my pen, swoop, I can create a graph. I can pinch and zoom the graph with my fingers. For those math folks out there, you probably are looking at this graph and noticing that something's plotted, which means that that we have assigned values to M and B, default values to M and B of 1, because the graph that was plotted has a slope of 1 and a y-intercept of 1, but I can change that. I can make M or slope equal to a different value. So for example, I can make M equal to 2. I can assign a value of 2 to M, and the graph updates dynamically, or I can change that 2 to a 3, and again, the graph will update again. I can be more interactive by creating a slider for M. The way you create a slider in Math Whiteboard is when you have an assignment like M equals 3, just draw a straight line down from the equal sign. And now we've got a slider for M, which allows us to vary the value of M dynamically and visually see what happens when we change that value. So we can really see now what happens with slope as we're varying the value of M. We can see when slope is positive and when slope is negative. I can assign to B a value as well, like 2. And I can create a slider for B. Again, we'll create a slider just drawing an equal sign down. Now I'm varying the value of B. But of course, now looking at this graph, it may not be completely clear what B is. The graph looks like it's moving left and right instead of up and down. What really is B? Well, let's plot this point here, 0, comma B. Now, when I graph that point, a blue dot is presented on the graph. That's a coordinate, 0, comma B. And when I vary the value of B, we can see what B really represents. It's the y-intercept. The y-intercept is that point where the red line passes through the y-axis. So there's something I say often, and I think it's really important. Learning mathematics is about seeing connections between things. Here, we're looking at the relationship between an algebraic expression and a graph. Often in the math classroom, the math teacher, the math student, the mathematician uses multiple workspaces. We have a primary workspace, which is the paper and pencil workspace. And then we have these complementary workspaces like graphing calculators and computers and so forth, where we're looking at other mathematical representations. But these workspaces are far from each other, not just physically, but cognitively. How do you see the relationship between what you wrote on paper and what you entered into a calculator with a keyboard to show a graph on the screen? Those workspaces are far from each other. So what we do with Math Whiteboard is we bring together into one workspace all of these mathematical representations and allow the user to move very fluidly between them while hiding behind the scenes all the technical stuff.
Let me interrupt you real quick, Don.
Oh, sure.
Now, teaching physics, I use this equation from day 1, slope-intercept form of an equation to demonstrate velocity. And that's almost our whole first semester is going off of these type of graphs. But me taking that graph and rotating it the way you did and everything and shifting it, the kids still aren't seeing, oh, wow, that's how fast I'm going in a car. Is there a way I can use this Math Whiteboard for them to actually see it in real life type situations?
That is a great question. And let me show you how you might do that in Math Whiteboard. Thanks. And it's really important to contextualize the mathematics and to bring, see the connections not only between these abstract representations like the algebraic and the graphical that we see on the screen here, but also a real world example, the applied example. So let me show you an example. So let's and the idea of velocity and rate is ever present in mathematics.
Don?
Yes.
I think you're about to re-show something, and I think that will coincide what I'm going to ask you. Rhonda said she just tried this and it wasn't working, and she doesn't know what she's doing wrong. And it starts out right, and it changes numbers. It changes numbers, but it doesn't change. So I'm assuming she's talking about the dynamic part of it. If perhaps you could re-show how to make the math dynamic, I think that might answer her question.
Oh, okay. I think that might be a great leading question to what I'm about to chat about as well. So really a great question, Rhonda. Thank you, and Tammy, thank you for conveying that. So let's take a look at what we'll call a related rates problem. We'll take a look at a couple of cars, and we'll put the cars on a road. Yep, those are cars. I'm not an artist. So we'll take a look. This is car A, and this is car B. And we'll give length to the road, and we'll say that car A has a constant velocity. We'll use a linear equation representing velocity here, a constant velocity. So really what this algebraic expression says is that the location of car A along the x-axis is defined by 80 units of distance per unit time. Really represents that car A is going 80 miles an hour. Car B is a police car or an accelerating car that might have to catch car A. So we use a quadratic to describe acceleration. In Math Whiteboard, Tisha, we have this ability to connect hand-drawn sketches with handwritten mathematics to bring the mathematics alive. Let me show you how we would do that. So under the More menu, I could turn on animation or math, what we call math sketching, and I get this little slider that pops up. On the right-hand side of the slider is a play button. When I press the play button, we can see the cars moving across the screen in an animated simulation as described by the math I just wrote on the page. Pretty cool for us. I'm sure there are some raised eyebrows out there, some smiles. Pretty cool for us as adults. Imagine what happens when you show this to kids in the classroom. You know, their heads explode. They are engaged.
I love that it left those dots there as it went along, because then the motion maps that they are trying to do, that they have problems with. So I love that it left the dots behind every time period.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, great that you noticed that, Tisha, because the dots are dropped. They're kind of like breadcrumbs that are dropped at constant or fixed intervals of time. And you notice that with the linear car A, there's an equal spacing between the dots, but with the accelerating car B, the spacing between the dots increases over time. Again, a really great visual to, as you just pointed out, indicate that there's a relationship between the motion and the mathematics as well. This is, from a very high level pedagogical perspective, again, what we're doing is we're making a connection between this very abstract algebraic notation you see on the left and a very concrete example, cars driving along a street on a right. And that's sometimes when the learning happens in the math classroom, when we learn that this abstract stuff we're learning or teaching about can actually be applied. And then once you learn that it can be applied, you actually realize that algebra can be applied pretty much everywhere in everything we do. But from a very practical perspective, this is a related rates problem. And related rates problems show up on standardized exams all the time. And they usually come with a couple of questions. And the questions usually come in the form of, at what point in time does something happen, or at what point in distance does something happen? Here, the question is, when does car B overtake car A? We can see from the simulation, happens right about there. Well, that's an observation, not a math answer. We want to get the math answer. What was the exact time? What was the exact distance? Well, there's a couple different ways to do this. We could set the equations equal to each other and solve. And of course, we have this very powerful computer algebra system underneath the hood, and that will allow that we could just use that to solve it. But the way I really like to solve this is kind of using the scientific method. We're going to come up with a hypothesis, test the hypothesis, and then prove that the hypothesis is correct. And I think this aligns again with a lot of the practice that someone like yourself, Tisha, as a former engineer and physicist, might apply when you're solving problems also. So let's take a look at these two functions. I'm gonna draw the graphing gesture between the two functions. And oh, by the way, that was one graphing gesture, one big swoop through both functions. That gives us the graph. And now we can look at the graphs of the functions. And we can see that there are really some interesting things happening. One is a point of intersection at the origin, and the second is a point of intersection out there in the quadrant. The point of intersection at the origin, that's where the cars start. The point of intersection out in the quadrant, that's when the quadratic we can see in the graph overtakes the linear. And that's where we would hypothesize that car B would overtake car A. We can see from the graph that that happens at about 8 units of time and about 650 units of distance. So that's our hypothesis. When time equals 8, the car should be at the same spot. So I'm going to run the simulation just to test that we're right, or that we're at least close, by just dragging T from the slider over to 8. And if the cars are at the same spot, looks like they are, then we know we're on the right track. We haven't proven it yet because we're just eyeballing the simulation, and we're eyeballing the graph. The cars could be at 7.9 seconds or 8.01 seconds. Let's prove it. The way we prove things in algebra is through substitution. So when I substitute in the value of our hypothesis, when time equals 8, we can see that the location of car A along the x-axis from the graph should be about 650. Let's see. 640, that's pretty close. If B sub x is also 640, then we have proven the hypothesis. Whoops, let me do a better arrow here. Okay, cool. So I love this example because it shows the power of having multiple representations in one workspace, and everything is connected. You know, you've got the algebraic, you've got the simulation, you have a solution, you have a graph, you could look at a table of values, and everything is connected. So when the student said, hey, can you make the car go faster? Well, we can just change the 80 miles an hour to 90 miles an hour. And then look, all of a sudden, the graph changed. The point of intersection moved over here, and the solutions changed as well. So let me pause for a moment and ask if there are any questions or comments or thoughts and feedback that you might have.
Hi, Don. I do have a question. This is all great, and I think it's really visual, like I talked about earlier for the students. However, in elementary, we do not go that far. So I'm wondering how we can apply that in elementary. I know with elementary, it's a little bit more with equivalencies, like equivalent fractions, or even order of operations, and making sure that our equation is always equivalent as we're solving. So is there a way that we can use the program for that?
That's great. And
that's actually a really good question. Nicole, can we pause on that so we can do attendance, and then we can, in anticipation of that answer?
That's a great.
Okay.
Love it.
Hold on, wrong thing's sharing. There it is. It is sharing the right thing. You see my attendance, right?
It's delayed, you know, so.
So the attendance for this session, your secret code this time is simulate. Make sure you spell it correctly. That's helpful. It doesn't matter whether it's capitalized or not. That doesn't matter. Just that it's spelled correctly. That is your secret code. If you are in district, we want you to use the link in the top, and it is case sensitive. So it is all lowercase for EdTechLIVE, and the CFIST is uppercase. And then the out of district, you have your separate bit.ly. EdTechLIVE is lowercase, and visitor is all uppercase. And that is your attendance code for each group of people that are joining us today.
Those are also being posted in the chat, so you can click directly on those links.
Sounds great.
When you're finished learning, of course.
Of course. And did we have any questions in the chat that we can bring up?
We don't have questions, but a lot of comments. Somebody said witchcraft.
It's all magic.
And just how wonderful this is. And it's a great, amazing visual for special education students as well as everyone. So
that's awesome. I love that. It's magic, people. It's not technology, it's magic.
Totally.
Okay, I think at this point, we could give it back to you, Dawn, and you can answer that question. Nicole, did you want to repeat it and then have Dawn come after?
Sure, absolutely. So I was saying, you know, we don't do all the velocity and all those different graphs and stuff in elementary. However, students struggle with just equivalencies in general. I know in 4th grade with equivalent fractions, and then of course in 5th grade with order of operations. So just kind of seeing that equivalency traveling through as they're problem solving. So is there a way that we can use the program for that?
Nicole, that's a really great question. And we do have some functionality for that. And I think it aligns nicely with what we're chatting about so far, which is this concept of being able to see connections between things. And even at the lower grade levels, we're looking at connections between mathematical expressions and you know, numbers and fractions and so forth. So let me show you a bit of functionality I think is pretty interesting and may answer your question. I'm going to start a new math whiteboard here. So we have this ability in Math Whiteboard to visually show equivalences on a page. Let me show you what I mean by that. So under the More menu, I can turn on Highlight Equivalence. And now anything I write on the page will be highlighted the same color as anything else on the page that is equivalent. So for example, the number 3 and the number 2 are not equivalent to each other. So they're highlighted different colors. And the number 4 is not equivalent to 3 or 2. So again, it's highlighted a different color. But the fraction 6/3 is equivalent to 2. So now it's highlighted the same color as 2. And the fraction 4/2 is equivalent to 2. So again, it's highlighted the same color as 2. You can imagine using this at the lower grade levels when we're looking at equivalent fractions and decimals and so forth. Let me show you an example. So I'm going to turn off the highlighting of equivalence for a moment. And I'm just going to move these numbers around the screen here a little bit, and we'll put some other numbers on the page. So I'll put on the page 5.0, and I want that to be a better dot. Let's see, there we go, that'll do it. We'll do 10 over 2, and then we'll put 20 over 4 on the page. And you can imagine using this at the lower grade levels. Maybe the students are coming up to the board to write things that might be equivalent to something else that you wrote on the board. Now, the game also that we might play in the classroom is match the numbers or the fractions on the board with other things that are equivalent. So I'm going to try to do that right now. So we might take 20 over 4 and 4 over 2 and put those together because there's a 4 in them. And then we might take the 2 over here and put it next to the 10 because there's a 2 in them. Of course, I'm obviously doing a very poor job at my equivalences here. And maybe we'll put the 5 down here because 5 and 2 and 10, those are kind of linked together. And then 6 over 3, I don't know where that, maybe that's its own thing over there. So now when I turn on highlighting, so we've got these 3 groupings, and you probably noticed that I've done a really bad job of matching equivalences. But now when I go on and I turn on the highlight of equivalence, we can see how poorly I actually did. And I did very poorly. But you can imagine using this in the classroom where we can now use this as an opportunity for teaching and say, hey, no, these 2 are equivalent to each other, and let's discuss why these 2 are now equivalent to each other. And likewise, y is 2 also equivalent to here as well. And 20 over 4, that belongs in this grouping as well. So you can imagine using this at the lower grade levels where we're looking at equivalent fractions and decimals and percentages and so forth. Now, you also asked about order of operations, Nicole.
Correct.
And one of the most powerful ways in which to use this color coding or this highlighting of equivalent expressions functionality is within step-by-step solutions. Now, one of the things we all know is that as soon as we start learning about step-by-step solutions, we use that throughout the rest of our mathematics career. You know, you start doing step-by-step problems really early on. One example is when you're doing order of operations, but then through the rest of your math career, so it's very important, through the rest of your math career that you're, applying this skill that you've had in solving that step-by-step solutions, and it begins very early on in our math education. Let me show you an example. So let's take a look at something that you might see for order operations at the lower grade levels. Let's take a look at a simple example. So maybe we have something that looks like this: 8 plus 4 times 2 minus 1. Okay, something like this. This might be a good example of an order operations type of problem. Now, if I were to turn off the highlighting of, actually, let's leave it on for the moment because we know what highlight equivalence does. This is, when students are learning about order operations, or I think you might use an acronym GMA, they make some common mistakes initially, and let's make a couple of those mistakes. So a common mistake here might be that that they, of course, might not follow the correct order of operations here. So this first step might be 12 times 2 minus 1. Now, that's colored a different color. And we know I made a mistake, but why is it colored a different color? We know that every step in a step-by-step solution is equivalent, and also at the higher grade levels, algebraically equivalent to any other step in that step-by-step solution. So here we've obviously made a mistake, but the really cool thing is that Math Whiteboard gave us that immediate feedback, indicating a visual cue, indicating that a mistake was made. It's a different color.
I love that.
So,
I love that.
oh, awesome. Yeah, it's pretty cool. And I think it's very unique to Math Whiteboard. And it's very powerful because the student doesn't have to solve the whole thing and get to the bottom only to realize they got the wrong answer. You're given the immediate feedback. And the other great benefit here is that, when you're a teacher and you have a lot of students in your classroom, you cannot be looking over the shoulder of every student and helping them with every step in every step-by-step problem or solution. So the student recognized that they made a mistake. And they say, oh man, what did I do wrong? and then they can adjust the solution. They can say, oh, wait a second, I was supposed to order, let me go back to my order of operations. Oh, that's right. I should do this first. So let's go back and change this to be 8 plus, and then 4 times 2 is 8. And then there's a -1 there. Ah, okay, cool. It's the now colored the same as the first step. So now I know that I've gotten the step correctly, and I have the confidence to move on to the next step because I've done that first step correctly. And then, of course, the next step could be one of a couple different steps. It could be 16 minus 1, and then, of course, that's 15. Or there's always multiple ways to solve any math problem. That's one way. Another way, another solution could have been 8 plus 7, right? And that's also equivalent. And then we know what 8 plus 7 is. That's 15. So again, a very powerful way to help students as they're solving these step-by-step problems. And of course, again, I have to say it, as soon as we start doing step-by-step problems or solutions, we continue doing them for the rest of our math career, all the way through college and graduate school and forever. So it's such an important skill to master. And if you can do that at the lower grade levels with confidence, a lot of students they struggle with this, especially, and it can be very powerful for students who are struggling, because when you get to that last step, even in at the high school level where there's a lot of steps, it can be very frustrating to get to that bottom step only to realize I got it wrong. Where did I make my mistake? You're looking back daunted at a page full of mathematics, not knowing necessarily where to start. Maybe you erase the whole thing and start over again, or maybe you hope for partial credit and you move on to the next problem. So really,
the point that you're talking about, Don, is since there are different paths that people can take, is there a way maybe that I can check with my buddy what they might have done on theirs so that I can see and maybe see where I might have gone wrong without having to call a teacher over or take my Chromebook to them? Because we all have Chromebooks in our classes. Yeah. But we also don't need 30 kids walking around the room with their Chromebooks either, because that's just asking for problems.
Yes, absolutely. That's a really great question, Tisha. As I mentioned early on, I said this, I think on the first slide, that Math Whiteboard, we believe, is the first collaborative whiteboard designed specifically for mathematics. And as you were just alluding to, Tisha, one of the applications could be sharing this math whiteboard between users, whether that's sharing between students, as you just suggested, in sort of a collaborative problem solving way, or with a teacher who might be working one-on-one, or with multiple groups of students. Let me show you an example. So I'm going to just clear the math whiteboard here. And as I mentioned earlier on, I have these two collaborative whiteboards on the screen here. Every math whiteboard can have has a unique URL. You can see that up in the browser window. This is a unique URL. I can click this copy link button, and that will copy the URL to my clipboard. And then I can take that URL and I can paste it into a browser window, or I could paste it into like a Google Classroom or a Microsoft Teams channel. It's just a URL. I can paste it anywhere I want. I'm going to paste it into the browser window on the left-hand side here. So these two browser windows now represent two different users on two different computers. So there's a user on the left and a user on the right. And let's just say, for the sake of initial example, that the user on the right is a teacher and the user on the left is a student. So, for example, the teacher may write something on the whiteboard. So the teacher writes y equals x. And you can see that it is displayed in real time on the student's screen on the left. Now, this student is on the browser windows on a student's computer, on a different computer, maybe in the same room, maybe in a different room. Maybe this is a distance learning environment. So the teacher wrote that on the right-hand side. The student can edit it on the left. I wrote it on the right. I'm going to edit it on the left-hand side. Okay. And all of those tools that you've seen me use so far are available. So it's because they're both using Math Whiteboard. So we can put graphs on the screen. We can put sliders on the screen as well. and we could do the color coding or the animations. All of that functionality is available here. Now, one of the really interesting things that we've seen teachers do is, and this happens very often in the classroom and often in the math classroom, is that students will work together to solve problems collaboratively. And one way in which teachers have been using Math Whiteboard to have that happening in their classroom, the collaborative problem solving in their classroom, is that every Math Whiteboard can have multiple pages. You can see I just popped out this little pop out from the left of this browser window. That's the first page. I could click the plus button and get more blank Math Whiteboard pages, or I could just click on any page and make a copy. So I'm going to hit Control C and then Control V a couple of times. So one of the things that we've seen teachers doing is that they're having small groups of students work on each page. So maybe on page 1, we would have group 1. And on page 2, we might have group 2. And on page 3, we might have group 3. And on page 4, we have group 4. So let's say the teacher's on page 1, but the student on the left, maybe this is 2 students working together, and they change their pen color to green over here because they're having fun. And maybe this is Mary and Billy are working together. So Mary and Billy are on page 3 because they're on group 3. So Mary starts writing some math. She's very diligent. So she's doing math. And the teacher can see in real time that that page has been updated. But Billy, he's kind of goofing off over here. So he's drawing smiley faces. And the teacher again can see in real time that that page has been updated. So the teacher can jump onto that page and say, hey, what's going on over here? That's not associated with our lesson today. So kind of an interesting way for teachers to have students working in small groups while being able to monitor or watch what they're doing in real time. Yeah, Tisha, that was a great question. Thank you very much.
I love that it's just that instant feedback for the students, but now that you're showing kind of the teacher side of it, being able to have that instant feedback from the students for them to kind of go in and clear up any misconceptions or anything like that, or of course, check for any off-task behaviors.
Oh yeah, totally.
They would never be off task, never.
Every once in a while, they're naughty kids in the classroom. Oftentimes they're boys. Oh yeah, so that was a great question and really great comment, Nicole, about being able to see and give and get feedback immediately as you're working in the classroom, and having that kind of ability to see what the kids are doing or the students are doing in real time enables that. You can go immediately from your, you don't have to walk over and look over their shoulder. From your desk, you can be watching what they're doing, and you can jump on their slides and say, okay, group number 3, let me help you out here. So really, really powerful for that. So a couple of other bits of functionality I'm eager to share here as well. Let me just start a new Math Whiteboard on the right-hand side here. Now, one of the things that teachers in general, and I know this is true of math teachers, but most teachers have resources available to them in the form of worksheets. They could be math worksheets, they could be science worksheets, could be history or biology worksheets. They usually come in PDF, or you can always turn them into PDF files if they're Microsoft Word documents. I have a folder here with some worksheets, and I have very specifically mathematics worksheets. So I have a few worksheets here. Let's open one of these, maybe solving systems of equations by substitute, or I'll just do solving systems of equations. That's one worksheet. So I'll just open that up here. And we can see this looks like, any other math worksheets, just a PDF. I'm opening up an Acrobat Reader. It's a PDF worksheet. You can see there are 4 questions. The second page has some answers on it, I think. But what's really interesting with Math Whiteboard is that we can drag and drop any PDF file right into the Math Whiteboard space. So I'm going to just drag and drop that PDF file right into Math Whiteboard, and all of a sudden that PDF file becomes the background for my Math Whiteboard, upon which I can do all my cool Math Whiteboard stuff. Like I can put graphs on the page, I can put solutions on the page, maybe 2 + 2, I get an answer over here. I can also just use the markup tool. I don't need to do all the math stuff on the page. I can just mark this up. I can put my name on the page. I can say, okay, I'm going to work on this problem. I can work it through here. I can change my pen color. maybe I change this to green, and we're going to work on this problem now, and we work through this problem. So, what was a static PDF file now becomes a live, interactive, dynamic mathematics web page that can be shared synchronously. So in the same way that we just did that collaborative problem solving example, this could be a shared web page where we're really sharing a PDF document, but now it's interactive and live. And as I mentioned before, it doesn't have to be a math worksheet. So in its simplest form, Math Whiteboard could just be a PDF annotation tool. And again, you mentioned, you noticed that there were multiple pages here. So there were 2 pages, as many pages as there are in the PDF file. Each page would come in as a separate page in Math Whiteboard. So a couple other things I would like to share with you here. I mentioned very early on that even though I'm using a stylus to do everything on the screen here, everything that I've done so far can also be done with a keyboard and a mouse just as easily. So you've seen that I have a draw pen up here, and I've used the draw pen to draw things like smiley faces or cars. There's a math writing pen up here. So when I turn on the math writing pen, that enables me to write math on the page, like 2 + 2. I would not use the math writing pen to draw a smiley face because that is not a math symbol. Maybe it should be a math symbol. It's not yet. So you can see that Math Whiteboard tried to recognize it, didn't do a very good job because it's not a math symbol, it's a smiley face. In the middle though, right here, there's a math typing mode. So when I turn on math typing mode, this enables me to type math with my physical keyboard on the page. So for example, I can type a math expression like y = ax squared plus bx plus c. Okay, now I use my physical keyboard, my laptop keyboard, to type that on the page, but not everyone knows how to type math on the page. Like, how do you type x squared? Not everyone knows that you use, Shift-6 or the caret key or the circumflex key to give the superscript. And then you have to, use the space key to continue moving on. So we have below what we call a calculator keyboard or a like a virtual keyboard. I can just pick and peck at that keyboard. So I can pick, so y = x squared. Okay, so I just use this virtual keyboard down below to type y = x squared on the page. Now, for new users of Math Whiteboard, oftentimes they remember that swooping gesture I used to create the graph. That only works with handwritten math. So if I tried to swoop any of these math expressions, it really just moves it around the page. What you'll do is you go to the Insert menu, select Graph. That puts an empty graph on the page. And now I can drag and drop those math expressions right into the graph area. Now you'll notice that A, B, and C are clickable in this math expression. So when I click on A, I get a slider for A. When I click on B, I get a slider for B. When I click on C, I get a slider for C. And we know what sliders do. They allow me to manipulate the variables dynamically so we can see how the graph changes. Oftentimes it's nice to have typewritten math on the page because it looks better. If you were going to share this with your students, you might want to have typed math on the page versus handwritten math on the page because, my handwritten math, maybe it doesn't look so good. And it takes up a lot of space. Maybe it's ugly. So underneath my handwriting, that's actually a button. When I click the button, my handwriting is going to go away and I'll be left with just the typeset math. And again, that's really nice because now we've got a more well-formatted mathematics expression on the page. And of course, I can drag and drop that into the graph area here and graph it. If I wanted to, I could put another graph on the page. I can draw a big plus. That's another gesture for putting a graph on the page. And I can drag and drop that math expression in here as well. There are 2 graphs on the page, but each graph has something graphed in it with the variable b associated with it. So there's one b slider on the page. Anytime I update that b slider, everything else on the page associated with b will update dynamically. There are also some other pretty cool things we can do here on the page. We can put some instructions. We have a text box element, so I can put a text box on the page, and I can put some instructions. So let's put some very simple instructions. Play with the sliders, right? Something like that. But these text boxes are really, really powerful. I can do some interesting things. I happen to be queuing up a YouTube video here in the background. One of the really interesting things we can do with those text boxes that you saw over here on the Math Whiteboard is that we can put YouTube videos into those text boxes. So let me go back to the YouTube video. As you know, with most YouTube videos, there's a share button. I can click on the share button, and then I can click to get the embed code. And you probably know that for YouTube videos, you can get a link, and you can also get something called an embed code. I'm getting that right here. I just copy the embed code, and then I come back to my math whiteboard, click edit within the text box, and then insert media, and I paste the embed code, and now all of a sudden I have a YouTube video built into my math whiteboard, which is embedded in the math whiteboard. What does that mean? That means that it's going to play right there in the math whiteboard live. And that's in keeping with math whiteboard in general. As I mentioned early on, we want to stay within the same workspace when we're learning mathematics, because we want to be able to see the relationships between multiple mathematical representations. Here, we're playing the video while we've also got the math on the page, and I can be manipulating sliders and so forth. So a pretty powerful tool for, again, staying in one workspace for mathematics while being able to see all of our mathematical representations. There's still a little bit more to show, but let me see if there are any questions or comments or feedback that you might have. Everyone is shocked.
Yes.
And speechless.
Well, actually still no questions, but you can definitely put them in the chat if you have questions for Don, but a lot of great comments. They love that it's a cool, all the features, excuse me, the color coding. Also, this is a simple one, but the squiggle to erase feature. It's just such a natural, I said it, but then someone also put it in the chat, so it's not just me. But just such a natural way to erase things. So I apologize, it's not as detailed.
No, that's
Kind of everybody's just handwriting. I was feeling very called out on that. I'm just saying that, you want to type it instead. I just felt called out on that one. I'm just saying that.
Actually, that's a really interesting comment. One of the challenges in building a system like this is making the experience very fluid. And it's, even though it seems pretty simple, a tremendous amount of research and time went into designing a system where the user interface is where the user can spend most of their time in the canvas area, in the writing area, the page area, versus having to go to menus and pointers and buttons. And so far, really, you've learned that there are a couple of gestures really to use, and they're really a very small vocabulary of gestures. So for example, you learned, as you just pointed out, that there's a scribble erase gesture. So a scribble erase gesture can be just used to scribble out a symbol in a math expression. You could use it to scribble out the more than one symbol. So I could scribble out the x plus b, or I can erase the whole expression. So there's a scribble erase gesture. There's a graphing gesture, which graphs things like that. I'll do that again, just a quick graph like that. There's the slider gesture, which just looks like that. Three gestures so far. And then there are the arrows, which solve things. So if I wrote 2 plus 2, that's a single arrow will solve. Actually, here's a better example. 2 over 4 with a single arrow will simplify, but 2 over 4 with a double arrow will give a numerical approximation. So 2 over 4 is equal to 1/2. It's also equal to 0.5. So once you master those 4 things, the scribble erase gesture, the graphing gesture, the slider gesture, and the arrows, you're off to the races. The only thing else you have to learn is the mathematics. That's the tough part. That's, and again, part of the challenge of building a system like this is making it easy to use. A couple of other tidbits, and unless there are some questions, I'll show a couple other bits of functionality which I think are really cool. There's I know Tamara, you mentioned early on that there's a relationship between Fluid Math and Math Whiteboard. A lot of teachers ask this question. Math Whiteboard is a completely free system. It's a website. There are no passwords. There's no logins. There's no subscriptions. It's just I call it barrier free. There's no barriers to using it. You just go to the website and you start using it. We also have another system called Fluid Math, And Fluid Math allows you to save things. It's a subscription-based system. And you'll notice, and I'm going to show you Fluid Math right now. You'll notice that Fluid Math, when I start it, I'm just going to bring up the Fluid Math screen here. When I start Fluid Math, you'll notice that it looks a lot like Math Whiteboard. And that's because, as I mentioned early on, it's a component of Math Whiteboard. I'm sorry, it's a component of Fluid Math. Math Whiteboard is a piece of it. But in Fluid Math, there are a few extra buttons at the top of the page. There's one for saving, there's one for docs, and one for sharing. And since so many teachers asked us, well, how can I save these Math Whiteboards so I can reuse them over time? I have 5 periods of Algebra 1, and I want to reuse the same example. And maybe I don't have the same periods on the same day. Maybe I have them a couple of days. Maybe one class is a little slower than the other class or faster. So I want to reuse some of these examples. So what we did recently is we built an integration between Fluid Math and Math Whiteboard. And what we've seen a lot of teachers doing is they're getting just subscriptions for themselves of Fluid Math, and then they're sharing those Fluid Math documents as Math Whiteboards. I'm going to show you one really simple example here. I'm going to create like a very simple formative assessment, maybe an exit slip. It'll be y equals 2x plus 3. And I'll put a graph on the page, and I'm going to shrink the ink. I'm going to press this button underneath the math there. And I'll put a couple of questions on the page. We'll say, what is the slope? The equation below, right? That's question number 1. And then question number 2 will be, what is the y-intercept in the graph? Okay. So I got a couple of questions on the page. I've got a graph and some math on the page. And one of the really cool things that Fluid Math has that's very unique as well is we have this answer box technology. So I'm going to put what we call a math answer box on the page. And the math answer box will allow me, the author of the document, the teacher, to put the answer on the page. But when the students see this, they won't see the answer. So what's the slope? The slope is 2. And what's the y-intercept? The y-intercept is 0,3. So I'm going to save this. I'm going to click save. And let me click the save button. I'll save this. I'll call this Tammy 1. Tammy, I'm picking on you. So Tammy 1. So I save that. Now I've saved this as a Fluid Math document. I can share this as a Math Whiteboard. So I'm the teacher with the account, but I can share this as a Math Whiteboard for students that don't have accounts. So I click on share, and then you see this button that says open copy in Math Whiteboard. And now that Fluid Math document opens in Math Whiteboard. And if you remember from earlier, we can share our Math Whiteboards. So I can take a copy of this URL up here. I can hit Control-C and then Control-V over here. And now this is kind of like the collaborative problem solving example that we saw earlier, but it's got these math answer boxes on the page, which will test for the correctness of answers. So for example, the student on the right might start working with the student on the left. The student on the right is green. The student on the right says, what's the slope? The slope is m equals, and then we want to look at the graph. We want to mark this up because Ms. Ferguson, she makes us show our work. So we want to show our work here. So up 2 over 1, right? So the slope must be 2 over 1. Or maybe, the student on the left says 2 over 1, where they turn on their draw pen here and they say 2 over 1. And the student on the left writes in the answer 2 over 1. And what you'll see here is that the system comes back with a check mark on that answer box right up there. So what the system's doing.
Absolutely amazing, Dawn. Can you show us one last thing so we can wrap it up?
Sure. I'm going to show you one really cool bit of functionality that again comes with Math Whiteboard. This is probably most useful for mathematics teachers. Anything you write in Math Whiteboard can be, and math teachers often create assignments and assessments with math expressions in them. So any math expression that you write in Math Whiteboard, you can get the typeset version of it. So for example, if I were to write something like this, right, that might be tough to type. Oh, and I want that to be a +1, the better +1. Okay, +1 like that. That'll do it. So that might be tough to type in using the equation editor in like Microsoft Word or Google Docs. Any math expression that you type or write in Math Whiteboard, just right-click on it, click Copy one of the typesetting languages, whether it's LaTeX or it's presentation math ML. And then, for example, I can bring up Microsoft Word, hit Control V, and I have got that math expression typeset into my Microsoft Word document, which may take a little bit of time off of my load of having, when I'm creating assignments and assessments, of having to figure out how to use the equation editor to enter mathematics notation in like Microsoft Word or a word processor.
Well, Shannon's excited about that. She's like, super cool. I do want to thank you for coming in today. The presentation you did, what a powerful presentation, and getting kids to be able to use this to demonstrate their math understanding. And that actually leads us into why Flipgrid is following you. I think it would be a powerful combination to use this to have your students explain their math while integrating it into Flipgrid, so that your students are actually recording themselves explaining their animations, explaining their graphs, explaining their number lines as you scroll them back and forth and how that affects the graph. And that would allow them to have a voice and understanding and submit that as an assignment, as opposed to a written document where they can actually animate, describe at the same time. And that's the powerful part of using video to combine with these interactive digital tools that we have, like Math Whiteboard. So this is really cool. I'm glad that you were here with us today.
Yes, and I really wish that this had been around about 10 years ago when I was having to figure out how to write this stuff in Word to create things. That just blew my mind right there at that end, that little tip. So if anybody missed that, make sure to rewind and watch that again. That was amazing. Thank you, Don, so much. And thank you, Nicole and Tisha. We appreciate your time and your contribution to the session today. It was just amazing having teachers be able to ask those questions and share exactly how they could see that in their classroom. So we appreciate all of you.
Wonderful. And we do want to take a moment to guide you back to our website, where we are not in the right place, apparently. We are going to ask you to choose your next session in just a moment. Our next sessions are choosing how to either create Google Slides, and the activities are very animated and interactive. Also, Laura's going to talk about professional portfolios. Professional portfolios are kind of a thing, whether they're part of your evaluation or how you want to promote yourself professionally. So you're seeing more and more about people creating their own professional portfolios. So Laura's going to tell you a little bit about that too. So you got like a 2-for-1 session for Laura. And then in Channel B, we have using Flipgrid for personalized instruction, and Stacy's going to do a session on that. And to choose your channels, if you're actually going to stay for Flipgrid, you're going to stay here right with us. But if you wanted to jump over to Channel A, this is the button that you will click to join this session over here if you wanted to do Google Slides. And Shannon, my great co-host, is going to put that in the chat for you so you can be able to jump over if that's what you're choosing. We will be back in approximately 5 minutes or so. So take your break now, and we'll see you in a bit.
If you want your text to stand out in your presentation, you can add word art. You come up to Insert and click on Word Art, then you type in your text, and once your text populates, you have a couple different options of ways you can customize your word art. You can change the fill color, the border weight, and even the font choice. Word art is inserted as an image, so to resize, you would just grab the corners and resize.
EdTechLIVE. I'm Ryan, and this is Tammy.
We'd like to take a moment to welcome you to today's event and share with you some information so you know what to expect.
New sessions start each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15-minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions to choose from each hour. After the live event, you can choose to watch the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will share with you a link and a secret code. The link is for your attendance, and the secret code is so you can submit. You may want to open a new tab and keep this form open for the entire event because you'll have to resubmit for each session you want credit. If you're still watching the event after the event has finished, feel free to finish watching and any of the other sessions you would like to watch and submit when you're done. Be sure you have all of your attendance submitted before midnight tomorrow, December 5th.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to make sure your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our entire team, would like to thank you for joining us today for EdTechLIVE. Your session is starting soon. Enjoy.
When you add a text box in Google, the default font is Arial, but you can change that. If you come up to the top and you click on the down arrow right next to your font, you will see more fonts. When you click inside of there, you have some different search options to find your fonts, or you can just scroll through the list, put a check next to the one that you would like to add to your fonts, and then click on OK.
Welcome back to our next session on Flipgrid. So welcome, Stacy.
Stacy Rashan is our next session. She is the Director of Innovation and Educational Technology at Bullis School and author of Tech with Heart, Leveraging Technology to Empower Student Voice, Ease Anxiety, and Create Compassionate Classrooms. She is passionate about bringing innovative tools into the classroom to create a safe learning environment for all students and to build their confidence.
That is the motivation behind her passion for Flipgrid. And her session today, Stacy will share with you how you can use Flipgrid for personalized instruction. So welcome, Stacy.
Hi, thank you so much for the warm introduction, and thank you everybody who's joining in today. I'm really excited to share some ways to use Flipgrid, how I use it as a math teacher, and hopefully you'll get some good ideas. So what I am going to do is I want to make it a little bit interactive. If you would like to engage with us, if you would rather just watch, I know some people like to just watch and that's fine, but if you would like to participate more actively, you can join in on this Pear Deck right here. So you would just go to joinpd.com, which it says at the top, and then type in that code KZCJQG. And I'll give everybody a moment to do that. And while you are logging in, again, if you would like to, if you are on Twitter, I'm on Twitter. My Twitter handle is @BuddyXO. I'd love to connect and talk more there. If you have any questions, please connect with me there. I also have a website. It is techiemusings.com. So all that information is here on this slide. So you can connect with me after the session if you would like. All right, so hopefully we're all ready to get started. So go ahead and just take a moment, whether you're logged into the Pear Deck or if you are just taking some notes on your own, to kind of make a note of, are you currently using Flipgrid and why did you choose this session? I think that starting with asking this question, why did you choose this session, might help you set an intention today for what you're hoping to get out of it and help drive your learning. So please at least take a moment to do that, even if you're doing it on a piece of paper or in a Google Doc or right here on the Pear Deck. See if anybody's shared so far what they're thinking. I'll be sure to tell you a little bit more about what Flipgrid is and how to use it. Oh yeah, you can get your students on Flipgrid. That's a big win. Okay. Awesome to hear. Okay. Thanks for all of the responses. I appreciate them. All right. If you have any questions during the session, we will have Q&A at the end. So make sure to be asking them, and I will embed some questions within the Pear Deck also. So how much do you know about Flipgrid so far, just so I know how much to talk about what Flipgrid is? Great. And I know that some people haven't used it before from the previous slide. So Flipgrid is, I like to think of it as like a threaded discussion, but through video. And so you can set up a topic, and each topic would be like the prompt that you're asking. And then, so this is the teacher view. You can see the responses coming in. You can write a prompt. You can even link to some information, like read this article. And then you can have a video, which you'll see on the right side here, the right top. That's a video of me kind of explaining what I want students to do. You could model an answer. So it's really nice that you can use all the features of Flipgrid that your students are using when you're writing and creating the prompt itself. This is what it looks like from the student end. So they would just press this add a response button. And as soon as they do that, they'll have this full Flipgrid camera, and they will be able to use all the creative features that are in the Flipgrid camera. So you have all these effects, you have filters, you have text you can write on it. You have a pen tool, which I'm going to show more about. I'm a math teacher. You have this board, so you can make a whiteboard. You can do the whole screen. You can kind of split screen it so you can be on it and the whiteboard. You have all these other different options here, stickers, you have photos, you have frames that can be a lot of fun for students. And something new is these backdrops. So that can be really fun for student creativity, for students to place themselves in a scene. And I'll show you some more possibilities with that, but they keep updating these. And now one more thing that I can't show you because we're on the computer is they also have something that are called Flipgrid lenses, where students can actually like become a pencil, or it's kind of like the Snapchat filters, but on Flipgrid, and students love those, but that's only available on the phone. So this is from the student end. Something else that I do want to just talk about, because I am going to share it today is one other thing that's available in Flipgrid is not just this mode. So this is the student end, like I was saying, but also, again, when I'm logged in as a teacher here, you see up at the top right, there's something called Shorts. It's very tiny, so you probably can't see it, but the very top right, there's something called Shorts. And this is where I, as a teacher, can just make a quick little video, instructional video. Don't need to set up a topic, don't need to set up a grid. And then after I've done that, with the click of a button, just share. You can share this video right from here. Really simple. Get the little linky here too, that you can just copy the link. And there's so much you can do. All right, so that's my very quick overview of what Flipgrid is. So the first thing I want to talk about is the Flipgrid Shorts for instruction. So at this point, I am going to go into a screen share mode so you can see a little bit more of how I use it for instruction here. And then we're going to explore some ideas together. And those are specifically going to be how to do a whiteboard style video using that split screen that I just did a quick preview of. Record your screen to create a screencast so you can really do like a screen recording. Mark up any image, worksheet, Google Slide, or PowerPoint, just with the ease of recording it all in Flipgrid. And then we're going to get into some fun using the newer Flipgrid backdrops feature. And I'm going to pair it with kind of talk about a whiteboarding app, because again, I'm a math teacher and I'm just going to share more about how I do that. Now, personally, when I'm using it, because people always ask me like, how do you write? I am using a Wacom tablet. So here's the one I'm going to be demoing right now. It's a Wacom Intuos tablet. I'll talk more about what I like to use personally, but this gives me the pen precision. So it's kind of like, think about this being a giant mouse pad, but then you have the pen to be writing with. So I write with the pen on here, and then I'm writing literally on my screen, because this is literally like a mouse pad in that it works with any application that you're using currently. It's just that instead of trying to like write on your trackpad with your finger, you're writing with the pen, with the Wacom pen. Okay, so hopefully that made sense. We can talk more about it if you have questions. This is what my setup is and how I'm going to be presenting. So let me go ahead and let's share this screen. So hopefully it gets bigger. All right. So let's dig into this idea of the whiteboard style video using the split screen first, which is, I think, a very simple option. So I'm going to concentrate right now on the Flipgrid Shorts camera. So hopefully now that you're seeing it bigger, you can see at this top right corner here, there's something called Shorts. So what's the difference between the main, when you log in, you go to this groups. The groups is really if you want to set something up for students, you set up a group, and then within the group, you set up a topic. A topic is like a prompt. A group is kind of like a folder. So this is if you want all of your students to be able to respond and share their own videos. But sometimes you want to just make a more instructional video. You want to give a student quick feedback. And that's what I'm going to focus on first with the Shorts camera, which is very simple because I don't need to set up any group or topic. I just press this little plus short button right here. And then let it load for a second. All right, so there we go. There's my camera. I'm ready to just make my own recording. In Flipgrid, you have up to 10 minutes. So you'll see a little 10 minutes at the corner because you have 10 minutes to record your video. So at that point, you can set up your scene. That's what I like to think about it as, like get yourself all ready. So you might turn on some effects. In this one, again, we are going to focus on the board. So I'm going to choose a grid board for this one. So here you have a dot grid and you have a graph. So here's the dot grid. Here's the graph paper. You have a whole lot of other scenes here too. I'm going to stick with that. And then I am going to do a split screen and I'm going to move myself over here. All right. Let's then choose a pen. So I'm going to go ahead and get out a pen, change it to blue, make it a little bit thicker there. And that's it. So now I've kind of set up my scene. Maybe I want to like write out a problem again to think about what my scene is. So I can just make this effects a little smaller if I want to, so I have more room. So you can write your problem here. Oops, I think I deselected my pen. I did. What should we do? X plus 5 equals 10. All right, so at this point, I set my scene. I can press record. Hi class, let's go ahead and solve this problem. X plus 5 equals 10. You can pause if you want to. I could pause to bring up my pen again and maybe change my color. And then press record again. So the first thing we're going to want to do is isolate this X on a side all by itself. So why don't we go ahead and subtract 5 from both sides. I could pause again if I want to change the color back to blue. And then we would get X equals 5. All right. Wonderful example there. At this point, we can go to the next scene. Hi class, let's go ahead and solve this problem. X plus 5 equals 10. So the first thing we're going to want to do is isolate this X on a side all by itself. So why don't we go ahead and subtract 5 from both sides. And then we would get X equals 5. All right. Now, perhaps at the end, I kind of said, all right, and I didn't really say a closing for the student, and I wanted to maybe add that on, make it a little more friendly. I can do that. So I can do 2 things. I can trim the clip. So first of all, I'm going to just double click on here. Hi class, let's go ahead. And you'll see I get these little bars on the corners. And so I could trim off the very end of it. Let's make sure I didn't trim off too much. 5. All right. So I want to trim a little bit more. Equals 5. All right. That's good. All right, so I'm going to confirm that. Hi, class. And then I'm going to actually add more. I'm going to go ahead at this point and go back to taking the board, taking it off now, like that. And I can just clear my scene to clear the handwriting there. And I can just record a little outro. I hope this helped. If you have any questions, let me know. Bye. Hi class. At this point, you'll see I have now my 2 little clips here. You can even, if you need to, rearrange it. Like if I forgot an intro, I could have moved it to the beginning like that. I hope. So just some very simple editing that you have here, but I can record multiple clips just like that, all within the one video. Then when I'm all done, I press next. I can choose, I can take a little selfie image there, or I can just use the image they've given me. I can even select the frame if I didn't like that photo of myself, but maybe I liked one that's a little bit further in. Maybe I liked this better. I can confirm that. And now that's my cover image. You can put a description, and descriptions are really good for finding it later. So maybe solve X plus 5 equals 10 in this one, confirm. It just takes a moment to upload, which is so amazing how quick this is. And boom, that's done. You copy the link here. If you have Google Classroom, you can integrate it with Google Classroom, with Microsoft Teams, all those other things too, but you can just copy the link. And then if I pasted the link, that's just going to be, oh, it's still preparing the video, but that's just going to be the video link for students to be able to watch the video. They won't be able to respond in this way, not with the Flipgrid shorts, but quick instructional video. That is just, I love it very much. So that is that. And then you can search for your videos. So that's why I said, if you title them well, you can find them later. So like I had made a video on a VLOOKUP. So then I can search that video there. And then you can always press this little copy button to quickly copy the link if you have them all here. All right. So that's a quick introduction to the first thing that I wanted to talk about. The next thing that I wanted to talk about is recording to create an actual screencast. Now, this can be great for students and for teachers. Now, one thing that I want to say is I'm showing this shorts camera, and you might be like, well, you're just showing the teacher, and why are you saying students? Students have access to this exact same camera experience. So when they're recording their video, even though they would do it through this, the link that you give them on the topic, that's the only difference. They have the same camera experience. So the same functionality I'm showing when I'm pulling up this camera, identical for the student. So you really can understand how students are creating. All right. So this next one that I want to show is the screen, record your screen, and that's over here in the options. So you'll see this record screen option, and that is great for student presentations, for your own presentations. Let's go ahead and record the screen. So you can choose what camera that you want here. So I'll choose the same camera, and then your microphone, and then you start your screen recording, and you choose what window you want to be showing. You can do your entire screen. You can choose just the window. You can also choose just a Chrome tab. I think actually I'm going to keep this one simple right now. I'm just going to do my Google Slides tab. I'm going to go ahead and share the screen. And so now if I go back to Flipgrid, you can see that I'm sharing that tab there. That's what it says. Just move that over here. And so now I'm sharing my screen. It's picking up everything that I'm saying. I'm recording. I can go ahead and move through the slides like this. Okay, let's go ahead and end this. And so now if I go back to Flipgrid, you can see that I'm sharing that tab, and it's picking up everything that I'm saying. I'm recording. I can go ahead and move through the slides like this. So that's really simple. Let me go ahead and let me X out of this one, show you some more features that are available. So if you have any application, like a desktop app that you love using, you can use that with this too. It does not have to be in Chrome. So maybe I'll show that option where I just share a window options. Let me go ahead and share my other window that I have set up here. Record screen, start recording. This time I'm going to share a different window. So let me share this one. And so now I'm actually sharing this window. I have this presentation up again here. So I could kind of do that. And you can see that works just like that. Works with any application also. You can add music if you want. You can add music to any of the Flipgrid things that you're doing, and that can be really fun for student presentations too. This is all royalty-free music that's loaded up already in the Flipgrid library, which is, of course, awesome for students that they can get that royalty-free music right there. All right, I'm gonna keep that one kind of brief. Oops, I moved ahead. So now let's really talk about marking up any image, because as you know, in Google Slides, there is not a markup tool. And sometimes you want to be able to just write on your slide. Again, I'm a math teacher, so this might be even more important to me, but let's go ahead and grab an image of a slide. So why don't we take this slide right here? The way that I'm going to do this is you can either just go ahead in Google Slides and you can download this one slide as an image file. So I'm going to download it as a JPEG right there. And then I'm going to go back into Flipgrid. Let me start another one. And so this time what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my, I'm going to go into my effects right here, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to upload a photo this time, and then I'm going to be able to use the pen tools on that. So I can just add my photo that I just downloaded. And then I can resize that image. So let's make it the full screen in this case. And then I can go ahead and start recording after I set my scene up. Let's get out the pen, right? So now you could change the colors of the pen, you can change the thickness of the pen, and you could, if you're maybe reading along with the student, you can highlight as you're talking. You can, of course, write as you're talking and all that good stuff. So it's an easy way to be able to mark up any image that you have, any slides that you have. You do have to download them and upload them one at a time like that. But what you could do is like you create the first slide, go to next. So now then you could add more, and then you could go back to the effects, and you could upload a new photo if you wanted a new slide. And I do recommend that, you can press pause, and I could just clear my scene and start over, but I recommend pressing the next button in between, because something that's really nice is sometimes you mess up on a slide. And if you're just doing a traditional screen recording, you're recording just in one shot. So you can't really like delete without like doing a full edit of the video. But if you keep pressing the next button and then adding more, then remember how I showed you that each of those is an individual clip. Then, so let's say I do this. Like I start recording, but this is really a mess. I can go next. So next, and then I could just take this clip. Like I start recording, and I could just delete this clip. But I still had my first slide. So that can be very helpful to make your editing process just way easier. You don't have to edit the video really. You just can like delete a slide at a time. So that's a quick overview of that one. And then the last one that I want to show quickly is the backdrops, because they're just so much fun. So I think for this one that I will actually bring up. You know what? I just realized, I hope you guys are able to see everything I'm doing, because I'm just sharing one window. Might have to redo my screen share. Hopefully we're all good. All right.
We are definitely good, and you're doing an awesome job.
Okay, good. I just realized I was like, did I do that correctly? All right. Thank you for confirming. You can see everything I'm doing. It's like one of my big fears, I'm like talking all day and nobody's seeing what I'm actually
We're seeing the let's explore some ideas together.
Okay, great. That's what I want you to be on for right now. All right, so let's do one more thing here where let's use the Flipgrid backdrops, and I'm going to use a whiteboarding app of my choice. So back to Flipgrid, going to get out of this one and start again. So let's choose backdrops this time. My dog is in the background there. Buddy, you happy? Not sure about that. All right, there he goes. Now in the backdrops, now I showed you first of all that like you can use the preloaded ones that are awesome here. Something that's really cool for students too is they could upload their own image. So they can just press the plus sign and then they could upload their own photo. Like maybe you want them to really be part of a scene. You're learning about something in class. They can make themselves part of the scene. They can also use these little controls right here to move themselves to the left, move themselves to the right. But you do have more granular control here where you can like resize yourself. You can move yourself anywhere on the scene, which is amazing. And so these Flipgrid keeps adding more to them, especially some festive scenes they've been adding, and just some beautiful ones here too to use as a backdrop. But what I'm really going to focus on is I'm doing the screen share again. So this is a different way of doing a screen share. And the difference between the screen recording that I showed before was that I was really just showing my screen and not myself. And now you can see that like I'm in the scene, like I'm like green screened into this thing. So that's the difference. So let's go ahead and use the screen as a backdrop. And I'm going to again use window. And this time I'm actually going to show a different application. So this is Notability, which is an application that's not actually in Chrome. So, I'm just showing you can use any desktop app. Let's go ahead and share that. So now you can see that there's my like whiteboard in the background. And then here's me. Again, I can resize myself if I want to. Maybe I was a little bit big there, just like that. And then in this application, I'm using, again, it's called Notability, and it is a Mac app. You can use any type of whiteboarding app that you want. If you want to do whiteboarding, you could use OneNote. There's so many different applications out there. And then again, like I could really do my personalized math instruction through this. This whiteboard's a little bit more robust than the little whiteboard that I showed you that was available in Flipgrid before. So sometimes I like to do this. Let's go ahead and show what that looks like. So I'm going to make that small. I'm going to just start recording. And so now I can just make my video over here like that. Again, like I use this one because I have a lot more options here with some of the pen tools, some of the things that I can do in this one, like drawing lines. I can make them straight right away. So I like this as a math teacher personally. So there we go. Pause. And that's it. So my video just looks like what you saw. And so now I can, and so that's like a little picture-in-picture type of a video where I'm really on top of it, very like YouTuber-esque there. So that is probably, the backdrops is just a phenomenal thing, not just for us as teachers, but really for getting student creativity. They can, again, they could use the screen as a backdrop and they could just have their maybe Google Slides or their PowerPoint in the background, and they can be talking over it and just see them use it in really fun and creative ways. I just love seeing how they're using it. Sometimes they move themselves around the screen as they're talking to kind of point different things out, and they're pointing. Really cool things that they can do with that. Or of course, it can just be in an actual scene. So make it a more immersive experience there. So I know I'm talking really fast, but there's so many things. I just want to show you all the things. So how are you feeling so far? We've talked a lot. Go ahead and drag your dot if you're on the Pear Deck still. All right, got some good. All right, so I do want to talk about putting students in the driver's seat here very quickly with one example that I have. Oops. And so I have a video here where I show, I won't show you the video right now. So if you want to click on this video afterwards, I will share all of the slides so that you will have all of those, and you can just click on the student tutorial to kind of see more instructions for how I do this. But what I really do for this option is that I just have students actually using their phone. So let me stop my screen share really quickly so I can show you what I mean. So I really just have them use Flipgrid on their phone. So there's a phone app on Flipgrid that allows you to do all the things that I've been showing you today. So students would just load up the Flipgrid app on their phone, then they enter in what's called the join code, and that's going to be the code that you give them as a teacher. And they can even scan in a QR code of the code if you have that up in the room, or they can just type it in manually. After they do that, they will go ahead and they'll just choose the little add response right here. And then they have the full functionality of this camera, plus they have those lenses that I talked about. But what I do is I actually have them take their camera and then they just hover it. They use the other side of the camera. So they flip their camera just like you would normally, and they hover it over their piece of paper. And that's it. Then they talk about their math work and they kind of just go step by step and explain their math reasoning. And that's all they're doing. I like to keep the technology here really simple because the goal of this assignment is that students are explaining their math reasoning. They're explaining how they get from step to step. And in that process, I can really hear how students are processing material, if they're getting stuck at a certain point, if it is all making really good sense for them, or if they're glossing over certain areas. I can tell all of that when they start talking it out. So that is just something really, really simple, but I do have them use a phone app so they can use the back rear facing camera on their phone so that they can just hover it over a piece of paper, kind of like I was demoing right here in this image. Another way that sometimes I do it is I have them take a picture and upload the picture, and then they can use kind of like I showed you before where you can upload an image, and then I just have them use like either the pen tool to point to where they are or just use an emoji to point at the step that they're talking about so that we can follow their work and it's not just like a static image there. Again, I have some more examples if you want to really listen to an example. I have a lower school example and an upper school example of each of these, and you can see those on the slides that I have here.
Hey, Stacey.
So,
in the chat, we're getting a message that the audience can only see. What do they can only see?
They're saying on the Pear Deck slideshow that it's just showing them the driver's seat.
But they're enjoying your
But
session.
they're enjoying the session and they're getting a lot of good, but they aren't able to interact in the Pear Deck.
Oh, it stopped moving along?
It's stuck.
Oh, we're not on the slide now? No.
They're saying it's showing them a driver's seat.
Must have gotten stuck. Okay, let me try and unstick it.
But they're following along in YouTube, so I think they're okay.
Okay.
You're good. We just wanted to let you know.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so I put it in student pace mode at this point because maybe it did get stuck. And so that means that now you're going to have to just toggle between the slides yourself instead of me controlling the pace of the slides, but that's okay. All right. So one thing that I really just want to emphasize here and take a pause to say is I think that Flipgrid is one of those tools that can really empower all voices to share their ideas. And so I have seen time and time again that the student who is the quiet student in class, who isn't the one who usually shares exactly how they're thinking through their math thinking, when I give them that Flipgrid prompt, they come alive and all of a sudden they're teaching their classmates because it really is allowing the students to share their ideas with the full class. And so this has been a really powerful way of doing some of this peer-to-peer learning. So what I do is I just like set up a quick question. I'm like, I assign questions at the beginning because I want to differentiate, but as the year goes on, I let them pick their own question. A lot of times I just say, pick something that's challenging the first time, but you understand it better now, and explain that on the Flipgrid. And then students all post it and they see everybody else from class. And then as we get further along in the year, I actually have them do a commentary where they can reply to their classmates. So it looks just like this, where like, this is the original video. And then you have the reply video underneath. They can type a reply or they can use the video to reply. And in math, it's really powerful to have those videos all there. And then they can learn from one another, learn how to critique one another, really learn how to analyze that math thinking process. And this holds true way beyond just math class. I'm just telling you my experiences as a math teacher here. So I'm actually going to skip ahead for a second because we do need to pause to give the attendance code and also talk about a giveaway that we have.
And your attendance code is on the screen. Look at that. If you are in district, it is the blue box and it is case sensitive. So EdTechLIVE. Oh, sorry, I think I still got you in there. There you go. EdTechLIVE, capital CFISD. And out of district, you're the orange box with the lower EdTechLIVE and capitalizing visitor, VISITOR. And of course, there is a secret code to go with this. You need that to submit. And that is demonstrate. So make sure that you spell it correctly. You don't have to worry about capitalization with that one. We didn't make that part hard, but you do have to spell it right. And once you submit, you will get a confirmation email. That is your receipt for attending today. Make sure you keep it. If you do not get your certificate sometime next week, you will use that email to forward to us so we can find your certificate to make sure that you get it in a timely fashion after that. And guess what? I gotta reach down and pull it up because it's kind of heavy. What do we have here? Let's do the
What
Vanna
are
White.
these?
Do the Vanna White.
I was just told to hold this box. What is it?
What is it? I do have it right side up. What is it, Stacy?
It is, we're really lucky here. This is a Wacom One tablet. And so this is actually a pen display type tablet. It is literally like you have another little monitor there. It's a 13-inch screen, and you have the pen, so you can write with the pen precision. You plug it into any computer that you have, so it can be a PC or a Mac, and it is a pen display. So not like the one that I held up where it was just like I showed you that it was just like a mouse type thing. This is the one with the actual pen display. You can see what you're writing. It is a whole second monitor. Amazing.
Wow. Isn't that awesome?
That is awesome.
2 monitors, and we are giving those away. The attendance will close at midnight Sunday. So sometime Monday, we're going to dig through those attendance submissions and find 2 lucky winners. But we have something else because it's Flipgrid, right?
Yes.
We have Flipgrid pods, and we have 5 to give away for those. Yay! So we have that for, I guess, a total of 7 lucky winners.
Wow.
So
Hope they were in this session.
Yeah. Thank you for joining us today for that. Don't go away yet because we're not quite done, because Stacy's got lots of good stuff for you to finish up. I think we've given enough time to take care of the code. So didn't we have a question that we wanted to pass on?
Well, we had a question earlier about making sure that students were able to access your group whenever you set it up. With it being private. So if you could take a moment to share that.
How to fix the domain,
how to fix
to
it,
your school
or
district.
the options.
Yeah.
And then we did answer that in the chat because it was a Sci-Fair specific person, but there may be others joining us from other districts. So I think we thought it might be helpful for you to do that.
Yes. We were saving that lucky question for you.
Yeah.
Thank you for asking that question. It is a very important one. So let's go into the groups here, because that's what you're going to do when you get started. I'm moving back to putting students here for them to be able to respond. So you go to groups, and then you would go to groups. So you see that I'm in topics right now. Go to your groups, and you're going to create a group. Now you only need to do this really one time. So maybe you'll make it for your A block, B block, C block, or you'll make it for your calculus and your algebra class separately, whatever you want to do. So let's just set up a demo here. And then here's where it's important. So you go to the email or domain. Now, you do not need to type in the email address of every student in your class. Instead, you just do kind of what it's telling you down here. It says @school.edu. So if your school email address is whatever it is, I'm at Bullis, my school's Bullis, and our ending of our email is @bullis.org. So I just type in @bullis.org. That's it. And now as soon as I create the group, every student in my school that is logging in with an @bullis.org email address is going to be able to log into this and view it and be able to participate. But anybody who's logging in with a Gmail, with a different school, is not going to be able to. So this really keeps it safe for our students, for all students to be able to participate. Now, one thing is, I know some schools have a different student ending of their email and a different teacher ending of their email. In that case, you would just put, like, say we have @bullis.org and I have @bullisstudent.org. You would just put both of them in there. Say you're doing a collaboration with another school. You just type in @anotherschool.edu, and you would add that school there too, so that both schools would be able to be in this one group. So you can have multiple domains there, but those are the only people, and by people, I mean maybe the district or whatever, that are going to be able to access this. So that's how that works. And then you would create the group. And then after you create the group, all the topics that you create within this group have those same permissions. So you don't need to change those every time. Everybody's going to be able to just access this who was accessing the group level. Now, while we're in here, you can make the title. So here's the prompt that you're giving. And then here is, an explanation of whatever it is. You can add the topic media here. So this is where I was saying that you can kind of add an image, but here's where you can record your own video too. When you record your video, you get the whole Flipgrid camera, so you can make a little demo for students. You can model whatever you want to do. You can explain it more. You can change your recording time. You can record it up to 10 minutes. Students can record up to 10 minutes. Just think, do you want to watch a 10-minute video of every student in the class? So maybe make it like 3 minutes or 1.5 minutes. One other thing, if you go to the settings, there's this moderate videos and comments. And so that's something that I know people sometimes have questions about what that means. Moderating the videos and comments means that you have to approve them before they're visible for everybody else. So maybe you want everybody to respond before they can see one another's. You can moderate. And then again, they're going to submit their video. They won't see anything until you approve them. But that's also a fantastic way to keep them hidden always. So what do I mean by that? Let me go back to one where I have some. So you can see here, I have this one hidden and this one active. So that would mean from the student view, if I made them both hidden, they're all hidden, but I can still view the videos. So I do this all the time and I keep them hidden all the time. And that's a way for me to have a private communication channel with my students where nobody else can see it, only I can see it. I can still comment back on the student video, or I can just talk to them in class, but nobody else from the class can see them. Another way that I know that sometimes in our history classes, they like to ask a prompt and they want everybody to try something before they're able to see each other's. So you can just have everybody respond, moderate it, and then with one click, maybe it's 2 clicks, you click over here on the check and then go to the actions here, and then you can activate all the responses just with the 2 clicks there, so that you can do that as soon as you made them active. Let me refresh the screen. Boom, everybody can see one another's. So that's how that works, and you can do them one at a time too. All right, hopefully that answered that question and then a little bit more. So let's go back. I know we're almost out of time. We want to give some time for Q&A too. I do want to just thank Wacom for doing the awesome giveaway here. That was really kind of them. And there are some different options I just wanted to quickly go over. There's the Wacom Intuos tablet. Again, that's the one that I was using today because it's wireless. It was just a little bit easier for me here. And you can use this when you're walking around the classroom. It has a little bit of a learning curve because it is a blank slate style tablet. This is a small size of it. And you just have to look up at your screen to know where you're writing. You use it a little bit, you get really used to it, in my opinion. Something that's really nice to know about that is the Wacom Intuos and the one by Wacom are Chromebook compatible, so they work with a PC, a Mac, and a Chromebook. The one that we had the giveaway for, this Wacom one, which is the display style one, that one is only works with a PC and a Mac, at least for now. Who knows what they're going to develop in the future. Now, the one with the Wacom tablet with the lowest price point, if you are if you have a chance to ever get a class set of these, I'm really lucky. I got a class set of Wacom tablets in 2013. I'm still using them to this day. They have great staying power. These things are really built to last. You don't have to do any software updates on them at all, right? Because it's literally just like a trackpad that you plug in to whatever device that you are using. So they have real staying power. The one by Wacom is a plugged option. It looks very much like the Wacom Intuos that I'm holding up right here, except that you have to plug it in and it doesn't have some of these buttons. The kids don't really need that though. And they don't need the wireless option. I think the wireless is actually a little bit trickier in a classroom if you have a class set of them, because just keeping them charged is a lot. If you have questions about this, I have a video, which Wacom tablet should I choose, going over these 3 different ones if you're interested in that for your own classroom. So we did the attendance code. So as we get to kind of wrapping up, one thing that matters most to me, and is why I wrote my book, Tech with Heart, is really how can we cultivate compassion in our classrooms through the intentional integration of technology into the design of our lessons. And so I really do believe that it starts with the lesson design, thinking about what changes we want to make in our classroom, how we want to be able to further connect with our students, and then looking to technology to be a piece of that solution. I do think that technology opens up incredible ways to hear from every student in our classroom, to understand them on a different level than we would have been able before. But I do think it really takes that intentional lesson design, that backwards lesson design that we all know as educators, really, as we're using more and more technology, to start, from the ground up and think, what is our goal here? Start with our why. And so one other thing that's been really powerful is this peer-to-peer learning, as I'm talking about like what type of classroom culture that I want to cultivate, where all students are learning from all other students. It's not just a couple of hand raisers, but we're hearing all the different ideas. We're hearing all the different approaches to a problem, all the different ways of thinking, and we're really celebrating that there's not one way to come up with the right answer. And so again, like with this, I can set up a grid, the Flipgrid group, and then the topic within that. I can set up one where it's not even just like my A block AP Calculus class. It could be my A block and my B block AP Calculus class, learning from one another, where they're not able to kind of do that in the classroom together, right? Because they're not in the same classroom. I'm able to do that. Or I can do it even, I can collaborate with another classroom, and that's been really powerful. Here's one example where we took it beyond the walls of just our classroom, and I did that thing where I was showing you where I could add another domain. I added a whole nother school, and we were able to, because it's asynchronous, we didn't need to be in one space at one time. We were able to make all the videos for homework that night, and everybody was able to comment on somebody else the next day. So as we're wrapping up, you can kind of go through, I did put the Pear Deck and student page, you can kind of go through some of these slides and type in, is there anything that's in your head? I just want you to have a moment to be able to capture those thoughts. Closing idea, when we give our learners the right platforms to express their ideas and integrate tools that allow them to respond in a way that's most comfortable to them, we allow each student's most powerful voice to shine. I talked a little bit about the private channel, just as another little idea here that you might set up. And here are some prompts that I use to maybe inspire. I like to give them an open-ended thing, but I also like to give bullet points, because too open-ended and I see them freezing up sometimes. So I like to give some prompts there. And then I have some templates. So again, these are things that you can explore on your own. I just wanted to give you some resources at the end as you are thinking about the ideas that resonated with you, to give you some resources that you can look back at. I think it's nice to start with something than to have to start from scratch and then remix it. I love the idea of remixing. So again, just if you want to jot down what resonated with you, and if you type anything in here and if you have a question, if you're in the Pear Deck itself, I can respond to you after the session, because you'll get some Google Slides and I'll just respond to you right up there. I like to ask what task is up for you next, because sometimes when we set a task in the moment, we're more likely to do it later. And then let's go. I think it's time for our cue. Quick question. Is there any question? We're almost done.
I didn't see any questions in the chat. Did you see any?
There was one question in the chat about the student can still see theirs. And I'm wondering if that was at the time that you were showing how to moderate. But Carrie Dickinson asked that question, and maybe she can go further with it, because I'm not sure what she was referring to.
Yeah, that would make sense. If can students see their video? So while they don't see it like on that grid there, they get an email with their video where they can download their video. Even if they need to delete their video, they would be able to do that through that email. And then there's also another thing for students that's very helpful to know. I'm glad you brought that up. So when the student is signed in, they can actually go into their own activity. They can go there too by going to my.flipgrid.com, but they'll have the ability to go into their activity and they would see all their videos there, and they would be able to find all their private comments. And so these are all their videos across all their classes that they've ever done, and then all the comments too that they've given. So that's a really great question.
Well, that is absolutely an amazing session that you shared with us today. Thank you, Stacy.
We really appreciate you sharing with us today. And there's so many good comments as well. I just want to share a couple that they were saying. Number one, okay, your book was an unsolicited plug. They said it's a great read, and just all of your connections to the purpose behind the use of Flipgrid is just amazing. So thank you for sharing that information, sharing your thoughts on that, because using technology without a purpose is, doesn't make any difference. So the impact that it has on students and the purpose behind everything that you do. So we appreciate you sharing that as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And for those of you out on Twitterland, we'd love to see selfies with you joining the sessions, and show us in the background your computer screen with you, and give a little plug for what you're learning today. And make sure you hashtag us and tag us as well, Cypher EdTech. And Shannon is going to put that in the chat for you. And thank you again for being here. We want to remind our audience that you can choose sessions. You have 2 sessions going on this hour. The other session is going to be Adobe Spark. The next one coming up on this channel is actually going to be with me and 2 lovely ladies that are going to be going over digital notebooking, which is an important part of moving your kids forward into the 21st century and using technology with purpose, because that's what we want. If you would like to take a break now's a great time to do that. Choose your session and come back here on the hour, which is going to be in 9 minutes. So thank you for being with us today.
If you're like me, then you like your workspace to look clean and organized. One way I do that in my Google Drive is turning off the suggested documents at the top. To do this, click the Settings gear in the upper right corner, then click Settings, then uncheck the Show Suggested Files in my Drive and in Shared with Me. Then click Done. Now, when you go into your Drive, you instantly see your folders. Welcome to EdTechLIVE. I'm Ryan, and this is Tammy.
We'd like to take a moment to welcome you to today's event and share with you some information so you know what to expect.
New sessions start each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions to choose from each hour. After the live event, you can choose to watch the other sessions on your own time.
During each session, the host will share with you a link and a secret code. The link is for your attendance, and the secret code is so you can submit. You may want to open a new tab and keep this form open for the entire event, because you'll have to resubmit for each session you want credit. If you're still watching the event after the event has finished, feel free to finish watching and any of the other sessions you would like to watch, and submit when you're done. Be sure you have all of your attendance submitted before midnight tomorrow, December 5th.
Within an hour of submitting your attendance, you should be receiving a response receipt. If you do not receive this email, please resubmit the attendance form and double check to make sure your email address is typed correctly.
We, along with our entire team, would like to thank you for joining us today for EdTechLIVE. Your session is starting soon. Enjoy.
Do you have a website that you use all the time that you wish you could set a placeholder for? Well, you can set a bookmark in Google Chrome. Go to your favorite website and look for the star at the end of the web address bar. Click the star, add the bookmark, name it, and click Done. Your bookmark is now on the bookmarks bar. Whenever I want to open it again, I just simply click on my bookmark.
If you're like me, then you like your workspace to look clean and organized. One way I do that in my Google Drive is turning off the suggested documents at the top. To do this, click the Settings gear in the upper right corner, then click Settings, then uncheck the Show Suggested Files in my Drive and in Shared with Me. Then click Done. Now, when you go into your Drive, you instantly see your folders. Hi, welcome to EdTechLIVE. I'm Ryan and this is Tammy.
We'd like to take a moment to welcome you to today's event and share with you some information so you know what to expect.
New sessions start each hour, and you can stay for the whole event or just watch the sessions you're interested in seeing. There is a 10 to 15 minute break between each session where you can enter your attendance credit or take care of personal needs. During the live event, you also have 2 sessions to choose from each hour.
Welcome to our very last session today. For our next session, we have Jenny Long and Celie Clark joining us, and of course me, and we are going to go over digital notebooks.
Tammy Ferguson is an EdTech specialist for Cypress Fairbanks.
And Jenny and Celie are the dynamic duo known as Genly, and they are international speakers and EdTech consultants, bloggers, and the authors of the Microsoft Teams Playbook. They currently serve as instructional technology specialists. Okay, let me see. It's a big word. Eagle Mountain Saginaw ISD. I did that, but that's definitely leaving. They are passionate about empowering student teachers with technology and integrating ways to make learning accessible and fun for everyone. That actually rhymed. Look at that. All right, welcome, ladies.
And Tammy.
And me.
Hello, it's so good to be here.
Hello, I'm so glad that you are part of us or are here with us today. Thank you for being here. And on short notice too, wow.
Well, it's always a pleasure to talk about OneNote. It's one of our absolute
Oh, we forgot our capes. This keeps happening every time we get so excited to share OneNote and then we forget our capes. There's one on the door, but that's okay.
Oh, how can you forget your capes?
I know. We're going to wear them.
All right. Every time I meet with these ladies in virtual world, they're in a totally different room. Sometimes they're in the car, sometimes they're on the road, sometimes we're in different classrooms. And where are you today?
We're actually at my office. Yeah. We have like joint offices, but this is my little space here. So,
well, it's a nice space. Oh. So we can take it away. We're right at 12 o'clock.
All right. Well, you did a great job introducing us. Thank you so much. But we have a little short introduction that we're going to do because we always want to start this way. I'm Jenny Long.
And I'm Celie Clark.
And we are
Genly.
We are
going to do the air.
Oh, yes. Yeah. And Tammy.
And of course, I am Tamara Ferguson, and I have invited these two ladies because they are the queens of OneNote, and they can do an amazing job of supporting you here today. And I do want to encourage you to reach out to all of us on Twitter. If anybody in the audience has questions after today or even during today, and you would like us to answer them after the event, reach out on Twitter. We'll be happy to answer those questions. Or if you're trying to something new and you have something to celebrate, share with us. We'd love to see that, because I think that would be absolutely an amazing thing to see what you guys are doing from what you learned here today. And our session today is divided into 3 components. For those of you that are new to the digital notebooking world, we'd like to start with sharing with you what makes digital notebooks effective. Then we would like to show you how OneNote can be used as a digital notebook for newbies and that are to OneNote. And to close, it's very important that we also show you how to share this digital notebook with students and how students can use it. While we'll be using Schoology to house our notebook, if you're outside our district, you may use something else, but frankly, the principles are about the same, because the Gently team told me that it's similar to what they use with Canvas as well.
Yes,
definitely. So the most important question that before you get into the what is something and how to do something, you have to be purposeful in understanding the why. Why would you even consider this at all? And so there's a couple things to consider. First of all, our kids come to school every day with full backpacks. They have their devices, they have their binders, their notebooks, their lunch kit, their water bottle, their PE clothes, their library books. And by the time they stuff that and everything else they want to stuff in there, they're heavy. And anything we can do to lighten the load will be a service to our students. Okay. Also consider the fact that our 504 students or special ed students and ESL students, they all have accommodations. And cool, a lot of our EdTech tools have them built right in, making our lives a lot easier. Yay! And then, of course, the headache of, I lost my notes, I don't have my stuff. Well, that goes away when it's online, because it's housed anywhere you can access it with an internet connection. There's another yay. And I think most importantly is that connection of content to the learning process. They're all in the same place, and they're connected for learning for students. And teachers that use digital notebooks that are like well-developed and effective, they find that it increases the engagement of their students as well. So all of these are good whys. Then of course, we now need to get into the, what is it? Well, if you've never done digital notebooks before, this will be nice. They're just like paper notebooks, they're just digital. And of course, it can do so much more because it is digital. And I want each of you to be, or I want to encourage each and every one of you to think about ways to use your digital notebook other than a place to just copy and record notes. We want it to be a place where learning happens. Do I get an amen from that?
Amen. Woo!
Now, Celie has a campus that she supports, and so she shared with us some examples of digital notebooks that she's done recently. So I'm going to let her speak to this right here.
Sure. One of the things that, you know, like you were mentioning, we do on paper is we do data tracking with our students and goal setting. And we've started doing it digitally. The great thing about it being digital is that our students track it online and in class, but we share the links with our parents. So then the parents can view student progress in real time. When before that was something just between the teacher and the student. So now this can go home with goals, and parents can help their students at home reach those goals. So it really does bridge that home and school gap.
And no more lost papers.
All right.
I was just about to say.
Well, I love it when kids come back with papers and they're like, where was this?
Yeah. Oh, that is my son's backpack this moment.
Yeah, I can appreciate that. Well, we've been talking about good digital notebook practices, and I'd like to share some of those with you now, because I think it'll make your digital notebooks a little more powerful than just, oh, I have some notes, pop them in. So something to think about. And I think this is just my opinion, and maybe others share it, is that the most important thing to consider is balancing that digital world with your online world, and understanding that it's not necessarily better in digital. And digital should always enhance your learning and magnify your learning, and never just replace. Hands-on experiences and small group instruction, in my opinion, are always going to be the most important part of learning and need to be included whenever students are doing any activity in your classroom. Now, another thing to consider is how you organize your notebook when you send it off to your kids, because you deliver content through your digital notebook. And then after many months, the amount of information that the kids get, it piles up. And I recommend when you're organizing the information to do so by the topics, as opposed to week 1, week 2, or the dates, because then students can refer back to it more easily. And of course, that helps you out too, because we all love answering the same question about where stuff is 20,000 times, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Anything to make your life easier is a good thing. Okay, now, to coincide with that, chunking your information both in manageable amounts and in categories. Students can understand and retain information better when the information is broken down into manageable size. Now, in this case, less is better. Think about the emails you get. I'm sure you're like me and you get tons and tons and tons of emails, and we read every one of them and we read them from top to bottom, right?
Oh, yeah.
Totally.
Yeah, totally not. And your kids don't do that either. So if we have an expectation where we forgive ourselves for not reading everything, your kids are just like us. They have the same things going on in their life and they're busy. They are not going to read everything from top to bottom. So therefore, chunking it down into manageable like pieces for kids, like anchor charts and infographics, those are great tools to use with your kids.
Yeah, we love, I love this example because we, as teachers, we present so much text heavy information that I think it's really important to remember to present that information graphically as well. And we love, like you said, making infographics and, just kind of putting all that together in a visually appealing way so that our eyes are more drawn to that content. And we love using Canva and Buncee and Adobe. And those are just some of our favorite ways to kind of display all of that text in more of an attractive manner so kids can understand it a little bit better.
I think we have Canva fans in our district too.
Oh,
yay.
Yay. Okay, another thing to consider is the color in your notebook. And color has been known to stimulate the brain's interest, and this helps maintain learning engagement and of course long-term learning. Think of this picture right here. When you first looked at it, what part of the picture grabbed your attention and held it longest? For most people, it's the colored side of the picture. So think of that when you're adding information to your students' notebooks. And in addition to that, color can play an important role in separating key points or emphasizing important information. Now, we also have students that are not able to see the full color spectrum. So when we think of contrasting colors, these images both may appear contrasting to us, but some students, they will not be able to differentiate anything in those circles and will not be able to identify what you want them to see. Therefore, not only color contrast, but in light and dark as well. And that will help your students make things stand out so they can see them. And moving on, creating an opportunity to include each student's ideas and thought processes. That's an important part of making any notebook effective. And that means that this is what makes your notebook interactive. If you're allowing your students to write what they need to write, don't just let them copy down the notes. And the notebook needs to be personalized, and make sure that you allow for creativity. Learning is always going to be more meaningful when it's personal or it connects to your students' lives in some way. And sometimes the task to do that is easy, just like illustrate your diagram. And for some students, they run away with that. Okay, and the last thing that I want to address is making it interactive. Encouraging students to personalize the notebooks makes a notebook, whether it's paper or digital, interactive. And that's why they call it an interactive notebook. But digital notebooks, including OneNote, have the ability to embed animations and simulations, and that increases their level of interactivity. And we're going to show you how to do that today.
We love FET that you have an example of here. It embeds beautifully into OneNote. And there's so many other programs that do as well. For example, Genially, Canva, Adobe Spark, the list just goes on and on. So we will definitely share some of our favorite ways to embed content today.
Wonderful. So I think we can get into the how part of this, right?
I think we're ready.
I think we're ready too. So let's minimize that and bring up, okay, I'm about to embarrass myself because everybody always gives me a hard time about how many tabs I have. But I know where everything is. Okay, so I'd like to take a moment to show you how to create a OneNote inside of Schoology. So if you're in Schoology, on the left side, you see this little OneNote thing right here. And my recommendation is to start your OneNote in Schoology, because then it allows Schoology to add all the kids to your OneNote and you don't have to do that. One less thing for you to do, making life a little easier. So you're going to click on your OneNote and it says, welcome to class notebook. And it's going to ask you to sign in. Make sure you're allowing your cookies, because if you've blocked your cookies, it won't let you sign in because it needs to do this little part right there that you saw. Now we need to name it. And my recommendation when naming it, because you, just like your kids, you need to organize your stuff. I would start with year, your course, your period, and depending on how you're sharing it, maybe even your name, because that helps your students identify your book and you when it's in your drive. So I'm going to start with right here. I'm going to say 2021. And of course, I need Jenny, my team, to make sure, because they're going to be pushing content for this. And I'm just going to leave it EdTechLIVE so that they can find it. And this tells you what's all in there. And we're actually going to walk you through that. So I'm just going to click next. Then I'm going to add my teachers. So many of us work in teams. We just don't work in an island by ourselves. We have teachers I work with. So I work with Jenny. See if it finds it. There she is. I'm going to add her. And Salih. They are my teachers on my team. And now I've added my teachers that I work with. Click next. Now this is important. This is what allows your students to self-enroll. So I click next. And you can change this. You can delete them all and customize them, or you can add extra sections. So I'm going to add an extra section right here. What do I need, ladies? What extra section?
Maybe let's do, what do you think? Math or ELA? Maybe we can be more specific with the content that we're teaching.
Okay. So your section can be whatever you want to put in this area. Now let me explain what these are. These are not your sections. These are what's going to be in the students only section. So I have Kelly Pop-Tart as a student, and I have Rodney Tasty as a student. And these are going to go in their notebooks, and I can push stuff to their notebooks. They can't see each other's notebooks, so they can do whatever they want in there. That's what these student sections are right here. So in some cases, for instance, you may not want quizzes in there, so you can just take it out and it's gone. Or you may want quizzes in there. It depends on how you're using it. So I'm going to go ahead and click next. And I'm going to create it, and it takes a moment to create. And ladies, because of the syncing, I may just throw it in the chat for you once I open it so you can find it more quickly, even though I added you. So I'm going to go ahead and open it in OneNote, but for the sake of sharing it with my ladies right here, I'm actually going to grab this chat or throw it in the chat for them. Look at me multitasking.
You're doing great.
You have the link. Now, my recommendations for teachers is to open it in OneNote on your desktop. As a creator of content, this has a greater functionality for you. You're going to want this. Your kids don't have, or maybe your district has, but our district only has Chromebooks. Your kids will need to open it in OneNote online. The other thing to note is that you're going to need an add-in, because this is a special kind of notebook, the class notebook, and you need to be able to manage it on your desktop. So you need an add-in. Now, your computer's locked down, you can't download anything. And that may be true for people outside of Sci-Fair as well. So inside Sci-Fair, the little add-in which allows you to manage this notebook is in the Avanti window. You just have to download it and you're good to go. All right, and at this point, we can talk about how to create a notebook or add content as a teacher in what a master notebook is. So the Genely team, would you care to talk about what a master notebook is and why we would want it?
Yes, we would love to.
Oh, you know what? We should stop here and do attendance.
Okay, perfect. And then do you want us to, when you're done, we'll share our screen. If that's
Absolutely. So this is a good natural transition right here. Let's do attendance. Our secret code is a surprise notebook. That was very creative, right?
So creative.
In district, again, it's EdTechLIVE, CFISD, all capitalized for the CFISD. The rest is lowercase and it is case sensitive. Same with out of district. If you're joining us in our amazing land of CFISD, you're going to have your own attendance form. And again, it'll be EdTechLIVE lowercase and then visitor uppercase. Please put your code in. And do we have any questions, Miss Shannon, while there was anything popping into the chat that we need to address right about now?
Let me check.
Because I totally wasn't watching this on YouTube because I was busy.
I haven't seen any.
No, we have not.
Oh, come on, guys, post your questions because you know what? We've got to challenge Celie and Jenny. We need to give them some challenging questions. I'm going to put you on the spot.
We'll take it. We're ready.
Okay, and I think
Ready
you
all
are
night.
ready to do what you need to do now. So I'm going to let you talk about the master notebook and adding content.
You got it. Jenny, you want to start while I share the screen?
So that was a great demo of how to set up your notebook, because sometimes that is usually kind of one of the hardest parts is how do I get started and how do I set that up? So great job on that. And now we're going to kind of show you what, I mean, you may still be saying, what is a OneNote? Hopefully you've had a little experience, but if you're brand new to the actual organization of OneNote, we could talk about this for 6 hours or more. There is just so much. And sometimes it does seem a little overwhelming, but we would ask you to just take a deep breath.
You got this.
And just kind of take it bits by bits. And
Small manageable chunks, right? Chunky.
That's right.
Yes. Anytime we show OneNote to our teachers, they are afterwards like, oh my gosh, this is a game changer. What did I do before we had this? So it's usually well received. When you first open up your notebook, and this is again a class notebook, there is also just a plain notebook, but we're focusing on the class notebook here in this example. You will land on your welcome tab, and this over here on the left hand side are our sections. So if you think about back in the day when, I mean, I'm much older than Celie, but we had our Trapper Keeper and we had all of our sections in there, or maybe you're more new to a notebook and you just have a plain divider, that's fine, with tabs on the side.
We had Trapper Keepers. I'm pretty sure I had a unicorn.
You just say that because you just want
I want to be cool. Let me be cool, Jenny, okay?
But we have our sections. So these are our dividers, the sections here. So we have the content library, and then we have the collaboration space, the content library, and then we have a teacher only section. And then we're going to come back to these in just a second. But further over on the right-hand side, these are our pages. So behind every section or divider, you have a page. And you can have multiple pages. You can, keep adding pages. And then on those pages, further over more to the right, is the content, the body of what we would have written on the page. And what's great about a digital notebook is that content can be links, it can be images, it can be embedded material.
I mean, GIFs, those are our favorite.
Colors of anything.
Whatever you want, ink, anything.
All kinds of things. So you couldn't do that in just a regular paper notebook. So that's what we love. You can take it and just go crazy with it. So back over on the left-hand side, let's kind of talk about the specifics of this notebook. The collaboration space is a place where you might want to add some permissions because everyone has the ability to edit this. And what we love about OneNote is it gives you a little example right here. It gives you a tutorial. It's built into the notebook. So if you want to just read through this, there's videos and information, and then you can delete that later because it does just kind of confuse people sometimes as to what that section is. But this is where everyone can edit and work in this collaboration space. It's built for collaboration. If you don't want that, there are permissions on the back end that you can turn off.
I mean, we will say that we have seen teachers use it, but we've also seen teachers struggle with it because all students can get in and edit the content. So if you are going to use it, make sure you have good classroom management and the students know what they're adding and why they're adding it, and not to write over each other and delete, and be respectful.
The next section is the content library. And again, this comes with a preset tab that tells you what the content library is. It's basically like your filing cabinet where you can put information that is read only. So the students cannot edit or change anything here. And what we usually use this for is for teachers to put their notes, to put their syllabus, to put their anchor charts, anything that you would want the students to reference. And then they can copy from this section over to their individual notebooks as well. but this is just where you would basically think of this as what you would pass out in class and give your students. You can put it here so they can go back and reference it later.
It's great for anchor charts or any notes that you have done in class together. A lot of our teachers, we do have interactive panels in the classroom. So a lot of them will ink right into this section within the OneNote. So their students can always come back and reference the content being shared.
And then the next section is the teacher only. And we love this teacher only. And this is somewhat new within the past year or so, where this is your space. Students do not see this. So we go in here and build out all of our content. So you can add sections. So we say, suggest doing your sections for your content area. So if you're elementary, you might have a math section. You might have an ELA section. You might have a history section. You may want to divide it up by grading periods. You may want to be for 6 weeks or first semester. That is completely up to you. And then you have the pages to kind of go in and drill down a little bit further as the content that you're going to then distribute to your students, which we will show you also. Now, what's missing in this notebook, we can quickly switch over. This is a student side. So you see here, I have Rodney Tasty in Kelly Pop-Tart and Norma Test shown up here. So this one shows us our students. So in that other one, we didn't have our students in there, but this is the same notebook basically, but now I see all of my students' notebooks. So I, as the teacher, have access to all of their content and their notebooks. And as Tammy was showing you earlier, where we added those quizzes and homework, those were the student sections that we decided on the building and what we were putting into those individual student sections. But as a student, you don't see other students. So that's important to know.
So like if I'm Kelly Pop-Tart, I only see Kelly Pop-Tart section. I don't see Norma Taste or Test and Ronnie Tasty.
So you'll see Kelly Pop-Tart and up.
Yeah.
So basically that is kind of the overview of the notebook, and you have the ability, I did see a question in here about making any changes. What we love about OneNote is everything saves automatically. And you can go back and change things, and it happens in real time. So anything that I update, students will see that. Sometimes you might need to sync it just to kind of force that change to happen quicker, but it works beautifully. And I will note here, we are working online. So this does sometimes this is sometimes the point where a lot of the confusion comes in. We are online, so you can tell we have our tabs at the top and we see our URL. But what we suggest is to use OneNote in the desktop application, the Windows 10 desktop. So you might have to download that. And I think if you're in Sci-Fair, you're going to have to go to the Microsoft Store.
So, you can just click on your Windows icon if you have a Windows device and just start typing Microsoft. If I could spell it right, that'd be good. And you'll see the Microsoft Store pop up. And you can click here and search for it.
And we're not going to open this in the desktop app for today's purposes. We are demoing, and we have it kind of messes up your accounts when you pull it in down to the desktop. But up at the top.
Only because we're not from Sci-Fair. Sci-Fair won't mess up your accounts, but for us it did.
So right up here where it says open in desktop app, that's where we will go ahead and open it. And then it pulls this content down into the desktop application.
And you want to make sure you get the Windows 10. That is the most, or we feel it's the most advanced and has the most features within it. OneNote looks pretty much the same now, almost on every version except for 16. But 10 is definitely, Windows 10 is our favorite version and gives you the most tools for using it. The other thing you're definitely going to want to download is the class notebook add-in, which if you're not from Sci-Fair, like for us, our district automatically had that available. So it came built into our notebooks. But I think Sci-Fair, like Tammy mentioned earlier, you can get that and download it. Or if you're not, you can go online and get it as well.
And I think you go to the Avanti. I think that maybe is how we say it.
Oh, that's good. Okay.
All right, so we're going to show you how to add some content to your pages.
Awesome. So let's switch over here. We're going to show you, let's see, here we go. We have one where we started building within the teacher only section, like Jenny mentioned. So our students cannot see it, only teachers within the notebook can. One of our favorite first lessons to do with our students is helping them learn the tools. One of our teachers here, Megan Heflin, did this with her students, and it was such a hit, especially during remote learning. she knew every single student understood how to operate in the notebook, and it worked great. So the first thing they have to do is use the draw tool to draw their favorite animal. The second thing they had to do was type within the OneNote. The third was use the audio tool, so they recorded their voice. The fourth was using Immersive Reader, and then the fifth, of course, was stickers, so we'll show you that too, and then dictate with a microphone. Doing a lesson like this first with your students really helps them understand all of the tools, so that way they can operate and be successful within OneNote. Did you want to show any of those tools? Are you good?
Maybe in a little bit.
Okay. Keep going. We'll show you as we go. Another example of things we enjoy putting in is embedding content, like Genially is one of our favorites. So this is a game builder that is free online that you can get and create an account for. I don't know if y'all could hear that, but it does have sound effects too. So you spin the wheel and you can answer here, and it is interactive right here inside of, okay, try again. Right here inside of OneNote.
We love Genially, and if your district allows you to use, I know we've had some tightening on certain programs, but we absolutely love the gaming aspect. There's breakouts, there's all kinds of presentation templates, and so many great things that you can utilize for free, and it embeds beautifully. And like that example is just perfect.
And we'll show you how to embed in just a moment, but really we just took the link, pasted it, and it put it in. So it's so easy to do. And we also included like a graphic of our, what do you call it, anchor chart. So that way our students could follow along and use the anchor chart as they're answering. The great thing about OneNote is you do have the ability to click in, and the students can also insert a answer document. So one of the things Genially does not do is track student responses. So this allows the students to enter in their thinking and their response right here on the page too. So you know exactly what they were answering on each question. All right. And then here's just an example of a worksheet that we inserted. Now, we are not huge fans of just worksheets, right? None of us, we know worksheets don't grow dendrites, but we also know that OneNote tools do. And so one of the things they can do here is they can ink to show their work. They can also use the audio feature. So if you go to Insert and click inside of your workspace, audio will pop up. So I just click, I don't know if it'll work since we're using our microphone, but we'll try. Allow, we'll see if it does it or not. It may switch me over. Hopefully y'all can still hear me. Okay. Then when I'm done, I just click stop. And it is automatically loading right here. So that's how fast and easy it was. Whenever I click on it again, it wants me to download it since I'm online. You can play it and hear it. Oh, there it goes. Let's see if it does it or not. It may switch me over. Hopefully y'all can still hear me.
And we actually do this a lot with our assessments. So students that need that oral accommodation, our teachers will add that little audio file next to the questions. And then the students can just on their own click that as many times as they want and hear the question read to them. So that's a great accommodation for our students that need that oral piece added in.
And students can do it as well. So they could record themselves justifying their thoughts for answering number one. So it's a great way to level up worksheets and make it actually justified in using them in your classroom too. All right, what else did we have in here?
And you can simply add in reading passages, and we're going to show you, I think, next how you can add in a PDF and add in a few things in embedding this content. And I think Tammy's going to demonstrate in a few minutes on the student side how you would actually work on this, but we can.
Yeah, and what's great about, this is just a reading passage we entered, but we can click on draw, click on any of the ink pieces, and then we can draw right here on the doc. So we can still practice our strategies and show our strategies within this digital notebook.
And our teachers, and we really started using Teams. We are a Teams district for our elementary, and then OneNote during COVID, obviously, because we had to go to something digital. And we still have teachers that are just like, oh my goodness, I will never not use this type of format, because the reading passages specifically, I mean, how many papers do we use copying these packets of reading material, where now we could just put it here and students can still use all of those strategies and even use Immersive Reader sometimes to have content read to them, use the dictation. There are just so many tools that you can utilize built into this notebook.
And one of the things our district does is STAR testing online. And so we definitely want our students to feel comfortable working online and within a digital space. So this is a great way to get them working regularly within a digital format. All right. Do you want to do this
Yeah,
one? Sure.
Oh,
This one, next one. We'll come back to that one. All right.
we're going to show you some embedding, and then we're going to just kind of show you in a sample of how we would go ahead and set up a page. So this is just like some more fun embedding content examples. So we love using Buncee. And with Buncee and a lot of the other programs that we use, you can just grab those links and paste them right in there. And there is some, OneNote has a list of all of the applications that embed nicely into OneNote. And it just, look how pretty it is. And you can play it right in the page. So you can add in text. So this is where you just build your entire lesson. We can have a video in here. YouTube embeds nicely, any of your programs that you're using, put text in there. And then we also have a Microsoft form. So we are a Microsoft district and we use Microsoft Forms, or you can put in a Google form, whatever it is that you're using, and put all of that there on the page. So you're building out your lesson right there for your students.
Our form was only for EMS, so sorry. Y'all cannot answer from SciFair. I know you're disappointed. And like we mentioned, Genially too is one that we love to embed. This is another example, and it's interactive and plays right here on the page for you too. So it's pretty cool.
And that's one thing too. We really like to try to streamline all of our resources and keep the kids in one place, because there's nothing worse than going here, and going to all different places when we can put everything here on this page or keep them in the notebook as much as possible. And then you can even link a Flipgrid link in here, and then, whatever it is, you can add in all of those resources in one place. So let's show you how to do that.
You got it. All right. So I'm just going to go here and embedded content. One of our other things to embed, favorite things, is Canva. And we hear that many of you are Canva fans. So that just makes our hearts happy. So I'm going to click on the embed content divider and add page. So I'm going to name this one Canva. And then I'm going to click into the workspace. I'm going to go to Canva and pull up our most recent creation here. So this is an SEL activity that we created, and we linked each of the faces to an activity. So if the student's feeling worried, they can click on the little face and it will take them to a video or an activity that will help ease that feeling, or make them feel a little better for the day. So one of the ways that we can share this within OneNote is we can click the three dots, scroll down to embed, and then it's going to give us a couple. You may have to click embed, and then it will give you two codes. You're going to want the Smart Embed link. I'm going to copy that link, go back to my OneNote, and I've clicked inside of this workspace, and I'm just going to paste that link there. And when I press the space bar, yay!
And look, I love how it pretties the link, like it's not that ugly URL, and it named it whatever we had it named in Canva, and just puts it right in that page.
I know, it's
like
great.
magic.
And it works right here within the page. So one thing you can do, if I want to see how my students are feeling for the day, I can click on draw, again, click on a color, and I can draw right here on it. So that's a great way to do it. Or I can even have them click, and it does take them directly to a yoga video to help them, or Headspace or something like that. So it really is a great way to do that. If you wanted to keep it all within OneNote, like this was just a Canva creation we made, you can link pages within OneNote to these as well. So if I wanted to put those YouTube videos here in OneNote to where it does not show ads or anything like that, because that's one of the things we love about embedding YouTube videos, you can right click on the page, copy the link, copy a link to this page, and then paste that within Canva. And then each of those would go straight to a OneNote page instead of directly to YouTube.
Wakelet is another great one that embeds nicely too into your pages, which is another great curating resource as well. Another little plug here for Canva, just in case you don't know, Canva is 100% free for educators. So make sure that you sign up with your education credentials and get all the premium features for free. So if you are new to Canva, definitely check that out, because we want you to know that you can get all the best bells and whistles at no cost.
All right, so you also want to know how probably to insert PDFs or images as well. So I just click on insert, and then right here are my options. We want to do a file, but we like to do a file printout, because then that gives you that full printout that we just showed you a moment ago, where it shows it. It's like making a copy and puts it in.
It's going to actually give you an attachment and the printout, but one of the downfalls of the attachment, and like teachers, a lot of teachers might be using their phone, and that's another thing. We love using all modes of communication and access. We can use our phone, we can use an iPad, but if you do the attachment, it won't open on a mobile device. So it's nice because it's all printed out.
And I don't really have a file. I didn't have one ready for you, but I can also do a picture. So I can choose from file, from camera, or from online and search as well. One of the things that you definitely want to do, we cannot demo it here inside of this one because of the being online, but if you notice around the edges of this PDF that we entered, you can see the little dots. You want to make sure you right click on that, and there's an option in the downloaded version that says set picture as background. You definitely want to do that because it makes it to where the students cannot move the worksheet, or it also makes it really easy to type on top of it or to ink on it. So that would be the #1 must do thing for teachers who are inserting Word documents or PDFs.
For sure. All right, let's send some of this content to a student notebook. So now that I've got all of my lessons built, I'm ready to distribute this content to my student notebooks. And what we love about this distribution process is I can distribute to individual students, I can distribute to groups, I can just individually distribute pages or even sections. So it's really nice because you don't want to have to go into all of your students and paste this content. And all you have to do is hit distribute and it magically goes into their notebook super fast.
So that's up from that class notebook tab at the top. And then right here, distribute page. Now we're going to a different notebook because this is our master notebook that we've been building in. So we're going to go to cross notebook distribution. So that means we can go to another notebook that we are teachers in. And it's going to bring up our notebooks.
Sometimes it takes a minute for them all to load, but it's going to bring up all the notebooks that you have that are class notebooks. And just one thing to note, if you were to use a regular notebook, it won't show up in this piece here because it does need to be a class notebook.
There they are. All right, so here's all of the notebooks that we are part of, and we're going to the 2010 EdTechLIVE notebook. So we're going to click that. Let's actually just send it. You want to send it to all of them, just in case. That way, if we're demoing
our student is really in today.
And then it shows those sections. So you remember the sections that we were talking about. These are all the different sections within those notebooks. So we're going to go to homework, or actually let's go to handouts. That sounds good. Distribute.
And that's nice too, because you can choose which section you want it to go to, and it'll go right there. So that's what's important too, though, at that beginning setup stage, is to kind of know what sections you want, but you can always distribute other additional sections to student notebooks later.
Right. So right here, just like where distribute page was, here's also distribute section, and we can actually distribute a new section to those notebooks as well. All right, something you can do as well from the pages, you can delete pages that you've sent, which is nice. That's a new feature. So I can always click on distribute page and delete one of the distribute pages. I cannot delete, though, a distributed section. So whenever you think about your students and what you're sending with sections, make sure you are smart up front and send the sections you want. You can go back and individually delete them out of every single notebook, but you can't do like a mass delete.
And see, this is the spot too where I can individually distribute. I can set up groups ahead of time and distribute to certain groups of students. So it's really good for that differentiation. And I can send a section. If I have a whole section built out, I have to create the section first and then distribute it. And then I can put the content into that section. Though it's a little tricky, but lots of ways to quickly get information to students. So
I just want to give one example of that. We were just working with our curriculum department yesterday and talking about like blending lines for our students to practice reading as they are, learning those skills and building their fluency. And some are on, different levels than what the whole grade level is or their whole class. So they are going to create groups and individually distribute that needed level of blending line to those students. So it really allows us to customize what they're learning and every student can feel successful.
Awesome. I think we want to see for a minute now what it looks like on the student side. So we're going to kind of show you some example of a student working, and then we're going to give some feedback and look at what the students see.
So we're going to pass it back to you, Tammy.
I was going to say, that kind of sounds like my cue. All right, then. I think I'm going to kind of show you 3 different things to kind of string them together so they make sense. Now, what I've done is I went ahead and added myself as, and I think I'm Rodney Tasty. Who am I? I am Rodney Tasty. I'm in Schoology right now. And I've clicked on my OneNote and I've signed in just like you did as a teacher. We went through that. I did all those steps already because I just, for sake of time. So if I have my own Windows device or a computer of some kind, I can open in OneNote. But your students are bringing Chromebooks to school, so they need to open it in online. And when it does, it pops up. And I'm going to do this nifty trick that I have where I split my screen because I want you to see them side by side, where you see the teacher notebook and the student notebook of the same kind. So let me do this here. And let's bring up OneNote as the other one. And because I have two screens, I don't know that it's going to do the other side. Let's see. Oh, we did. Yay. Okay. So I have right here, oh, I got the master notebook. That's not what I want to show you. So I'm going to open up another notebook. It's the same one. So this is the one that's in Schoology on the right. And I think I'm going to minimize it so you can see it a little better. Okay. And this one over here, I'm going to do the same thing. I think I need to slide that one. Where's my little minimizer? Yes, I'm just clicking everywhere. I'm making a mess of this. Sorry, guys. Oh, because I'm totally not clicking the right button. I am using a Mac keyboard right now, and the buttons are not the same. And of course, my fingers know where they're supposed to be, but not when the keyboard's different. Okay, so as you can see over here, okay, now I need to make this one a little bigger so they look the same. Okay, so now you can see that Rodney has a book right here. Now, if I had more than one student, then I would only be able to see the students over here, but I'd only have one kid side by side. So over here, I have the content over here, but look what's missing in my student notebook. I don't have the teacher section here in the student notebook. It's gone. I do have everything else visible, but as a teacher, I can edit any of these top sections right here. But as a student, I'm going to try to edit one of these sections. So let me make it bigger. And I'm going to try and edit. Oh, no, it's a read-only section. So if you send anything to the content library or anything up at the top half as a student, I can't mark that. So if you're wanting to send things for kids to be interactive with, you need to distribute it to their notebooks, to their sections, either their class notebooks, quizzes, or homeworks. So I already sent some stuff to Mr. Rodney Tasty here. And you've already seen this right here. So as a student, I can interact with this. And I can also click up here into my next page. And there is an assignment I can do. And I'm going to go to do my homework. My teacher assigned me some homework. So I'm going to click on that in the page with the homework. And here's a cool thing. I'm going to pull up my stylus. I'm not sure if other school districts have touch screens. Hold on, I got to pull it out. There we go. Voila. In our district, we do have touch screens. So that means the students can either use a stylus or the finger to write on. And I'm going to click on my draw feature up here. So up in the menu, I have a drawing feature. And online, these are my options. I can change my color. I can change the thickness of my pen. I can even make a highlighter out of it. Now my teacher's asking me to highlight key information. So I'm going to highlight the key information. I'm going to circle what's important. So I'm going to change it back over to a pen. So I'm going to change it to red. And I'm going to circle what's important and do my answers and blah, blah, blah with my math. So I can figure out what is, and then I don't even need to submit anything. It's already there. It's in my notebook. My teacher can now go into it. Did you guys talk about feedback and viewing and all?
We did not talk about it. We were going to give you some feedback when you.
Okay. We'll give you some
So
now.
I think what I'm going to do is go back into the actual notebook. Which one did you actually distribute your stuff to?
We distribute it to all of them.
To every one of them?
All of them.
All of them. Well, I'm kind of lost. Did you distribute it to the EdTechLIVE section too?
We sure did.
Okay, cool. So
Under handouts.
We did the handouts.
Oh, under handouts. Okay.
But we'll go back and also comment on your division work.
Which apparently I didn't even look at what I circled. Okay, so I'm feeling a little worried that I may have circled the wrong thing. And I don't need to submit anything. But I mean, that's kind of cool about OneNote. And I think I'm ready to just go do something else now. What else do you want me to cover that you think I should cover while I'm in the student side?
Will you stay there on that division page?
Sure.
You can see us giving you some feedback.
Okay, that was in the homework. And here I am right here. Okay. And because we're on Zoom, there might be a little lag of syncing, but we'll see how fast it can happen.
I love that you said that you don't have to save or you don't have to submit. And what's great about OneNote, like we mentioned, is that it saves automatically. So what's really nice too from the teacher side, and we're not showing you this for this particular example, but under the class notebook, there is like a speed grader. So I can quickly go through each student's assignment and do what we're doing right now, which we gave you a check, we can give you a grade, we gave you a little sticker.
Okay, I actually have not heard of the speed grader, so I have the desktop version over. If you walk me through it, I will do it.
Yep.
You got it. My own work. I'll grade Tasty's work.
Okay. So right up at the top, you see review student work.
Yes. Okay. So I'm going to click that.
Yes. And then you can review student work, or you can do cross notebook review. But we're just going to do this one.
Well,
and then you have
technically, we've only got one kid, so we're just going to do that.
Yes. Yes.
And he was in the handouts, right?
So whatever section you put the work in, then you hit next. And
I honestly don't remember. So let me take a peek. Oops, wrong one. It was in the homework. Okay. Yes, this is what happens when you have too many things open. Okay, so I'm in the homework. So next.
Yep. And then
there it is. Look at that. And of course, we have our one student.
Yay. And we already gave you that feedback in a different view, but this is where I could go in right now as the teacher, write the grade on there, give you a sticker, and then we would just.
Did.
And they are customizable, which we love. So if you click on insert, and then on the far right, you see stickers on the very end. And here are all the stickers that you can insert for your students. And the ones with the little pin are all customizable.
Yes. And I love that they're customizable. So that's pretty cool.
Very personal.
Got a good progress. I'm going to write great strategies. Because I totally use strategies, right?
I saw them.
You circled, highlighted. Yep.
There we go. So I'm giving some feedback and I'm going to move it so I'm not covering up the work. So I'm going to put it right beside there. All right. Now as a student, okay, now Rodney's coming back to school and he's going to open it back up and he's going to look at it. He's going, oh, she really liked my strategy.
Oh, it was Rodney, not Tam.
No, it's Rodney. I'm Rodney now because I'm in the student.
Okay.
So that was really fast how quickly that synced. I wasn't expecting it to be that fast, but that's pretty awesome. So this is your student view. You can give feedback to your students. I'm going to go back to the teacher view and I'm going to write a note to my student so I can actually do my own drawing tools. I'm going to click on my drawing tools and oh yeah, of course we got to do the sparkle.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yes.
Space pen is my favorite.
Space pen.
Yeah.
Love it.
And I can write a note, please double check your math. Hopefully you're not writing all over the kids' notes, but I have very little real estate right here. And I'm going to just put a little arrow. And of course, because I'm writing this note in a sparkle pen, it doesn't that doesn't hurt as much.
It's true.
When I go back to my student notebook, oh, it didn't come in a sparkle though. That's disappointing.
Online. Limited.
Yeah, online. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know that, but there you go. Okay, so I've given my feedback, and as a student, I've seen my feedback. What else should we cover? Is there anything else we need to cover?
Oh, will you show them real quick on the teacher side? Whenever you right click, do you see how the background?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Yes.
Right there is that step picture as background. So then that keeps that paper from moving around for the students and for you as well.
That's true, because as a student, okay, when I go back into my student view, if you don't put it in there, section, did I already click it?
Oh, you're in, yeah, I think you're on draw though. So you got to click the mouse. There we go. Right now. Yeah, right there.
Oh, there it is.
That one, yeah.
Yes. So as a student, oh, look, I just totally messed it up. That's
Or you could even delete it.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, look, you didn't give me any homework, miss. You messed it up.
Hey, but this is a good point too, though. What we do now with learning through COVID is we make sure that we also distribute our assignments to the content library. So then if our students say that they lost their homework or their dog ate their homework, really they deleted it.
The delete button ate it.
It can't be deleted because it's in the content library. So they can always go there, right click copy, and come back and paste it inside their section.
Very good. So there's no excuses. Okay, so let me walk you through. So as a student, I can't mess up your assignments. I have clicked on the image or the PDF or whatever you put in there. I'm going to right click on it. Oh, it didn't do it. Hold on. I'm going to set it as a background. So now it's fixed. And as a student, I go back in there and now I can no longer move it around. It's locked in place for me. So I can't mess myself up and confuse myself. And then as a teacher, when you're looking at it, you're like, what were they meaning to do again? So that will help. All right. Did we have any questions coming in?
There was one I wanted to address about if you've created a notebook in one Microsoft account, can you copy that notebook to another Microsoft account? There's a few ways that you can do it. I mean, with notebooks, you can, if you're in 16, the older version, you can export out a package, or you can just sign in to the app into both accounts. And like we do that. We are signed into a couple. That's why we didn't want to bring in one more account because it can, after too many, it can get confused. But bring it both down into the Windows 10 application, and then you can just copy over the sections. That it is a little tedious, but you can just copy them over into that new note.
I think I have that right here. Oh, it's not in there right now. Well, I just reimaged my computer.
Yeah,
but I can show you that right now.
Add those accounts in there. Perfect.
Yes.
That was the one question. So hopefully, Sylvie, that answers your question about that. But yes, it is possible. And we do that with teachers sometimes. They're like, oh, because they'll create it. We had an issue for a while where our teachers had
my phone. Hold on.
Well, and something else to note while you are adding another account, when you are creating and you are building, make sure you know which account you're in inside of OneNote, so that way you don't make them in the wrong account, after you add accounts. Or you can go back later, click on the Windows icon, click on type in accounts, and you can remove any accounts you don't want on there.
Okay, I approved myself. Now I can show you that I have two accounts up here.
Yay!
I have my personal account right here and then my work account. So I have both in there now. So that's one way you can have multiple accounts in there.
And if you go to if you'll click on EdTechLIVE section 2 at the title right there, and then go down to more notebooks, sometimes now that you've added in both of those accounts, sometimes it'll kind of pull in.
I probably don't want to do that.
No. This is how.
Yeah.
That,
yeah, I don't want to do that because it'll have all my work stuff and personal stuff. All my stuff.
But it is a possibility to move one from the other, but it does have to take a little bit of time copying it over.
Okay, I think that covers everything that we needed to cover. Any last minute questions in our YouTube chat? Nice, Shannon. Did you see how she just popped up?
No, I don't think so. You guys were on top of it, like answering questions as they were coming in and covered so much. What a great presentation. So I'm not super familiar with OneNote. Tammy has taught me a lot over the past few months, but I'm so glad that I got to host or co-host this session because I learned so much from you all today. So thank you, Jenny and Celie and Tammy, for joining us today. And if you want to see more of Jenna Lee, they co-host a YouTube show called The Jenna Lee Show. Their blog and YouTube show highlight the newest ed tech tools and offer tech tutorials for teachers and educators across the world.
And once again, we want to encourage you to give us a shout out on Twitter. We use Twitter as kind of our thermometer to see how we're doing. That's our feedback thing for how great we're doing. We don't want to hear if we're doing bad.
Yeah, don't tweet that.
Don't tweet that. And our next event, I can't wait for it because it's going to be another amazing one. Mark your calendars. April 2nd. Our topic so far that we've managed to wrangle is digital citizenship. All those kids doing things they're not supposed to be doing. I think that's going to be a hit. So we have somebody coming on that. We have another person joining us on 21st century jobs. The jobs aren't there to erase your boards anymore. There's something new. So 21st century jobs, and just added a couple days ago, Canva has agreed to send somebody to do a session for us as well. So we're already putting together stuff for that event, April 2nd. I can't wait to see everybody there. And once again, the Generally Show, thank you for being with us today.
You're so welcome.
And that is a wrap. Thank you for being with us. Wonderful event, and we'll look forward to seeing you again.